For more on these big matches that do have title race implications, we are absolutely delighted to welcome in our good friend Anita Jones. It has been way too long. Anita, how are you?
It's been so long, and I'm sure you're smiling even more because Liverpool's at the top of the table, Susanna. I know you too well.
I know.
I'm very well,
I know you do know me well, Anita. I came back from vacation, and Liverpool were sitting on top of the table, and life was good. It's good when you can come back and kind of gloat a little in front of your colleagues. You know what I mean?
No, I don't actually right now, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'm so glad you're here for many reasons. Obviously, it's great to have you. But we had a little bit of a debate earlier in the show between Alexis and Nico. Nico was not terribly impressed with the way Mikel Arteta and Arsenal approached that match against City over the weekend. He wanted to see more against a weakened City side. And Alexis said, Nico, you're crazy. But what does Anita think about that result for Arsenal?
I agree with Alexis. I think Nico's crazy because they tried to go man-to-man last season and we were wiped out. 4-1. I know there's more quality in the Arsenal side to go against the players in the Manchester City team, but I think for me it just highlighted again the fact that we're missing a key man up front. I believe Pep Guardiola described Jesus as like the best defending forward. That tells you all you need to know. He had a couple of half chances and wasn't able to take advantage of those. I do understand what Nico means in terms of Manchester City having real key absences in their defence or midfield if we're talking about John Stones. But I think from a psychological point of view, this was so important for Arsenal with the run-in, the final 9 games, and the fact that they've still got to play Harry Kane's Bayern Munich in the Champions League.
Anita, I've always trusted your opinion, so once again, you've proven me correct. Let's talk a little bit about today's match, Arsenal playing Luton. Are you expecting what a lot of fans are maybe hoping for, which is a little bit of maybe rotation on some of these players? Maybe Kivior might not start, maybe Martinelli gets a bit more of a run out now that he seems to be back to health. What are you expecting to see from the Arsenal side going up against Luton?
Yeah, it would be nice if Saka maybe got a rest today. But we can't underestimate Luton. Look at what happened last time. Luton are really challenging all the top teams. Just at the weekend, they made it a hard job for our North London rivals, Tottenham. And you think of the reverse fixture at Kenilworth Road, we were put through our paces. If it wasn't for Declan Rice and that absolute worldie at the striker full time, we wouldn't have picked up all points. So we definitely can't take them for granted. I know it's not Kenilworth Road, where they have had much better performances. But from the start, it would be nice if there was some rotation. And like I said, in particular, the likes of Saka, because you just feel like he's playing too much. I know he didn't feature in those games for England in the international break, but he did have a knock. And so I'd love to see Martinelli maybe get some more minutes under his belt. The likes of Partey too, who came on later in that game against Manchester City. It will be interesting to see Mikel Arteta's approach. I think something a lot of us criticised him for last season in the run-in was that he didn't give some of these players a break. But I feel like he does have more players that he could maybe trust to do a job tonight.
Anita, completely unserious question. If we can please have Rob Edwards on the board one more time, production. I want to ask whether or not he is a serious candidate of being the most attractive man in football at the moment.
Nico, so you know I go to press conferences with this man.
Yes.
So you know I'm not saying
a word of profession, Nico. Why you got to do that?
I will go out and say it. He's a candidate for one of the most attractive men in football at the moment, if not the most attractive man in football. I'm just saying.
He would not let this go during pre-production meeting, by the way, just so you're aware, Anita.
I think X would definitely agree with you. The number of people that, post him every time he does an interview, they talk about the fact that his ring became more present of late. I don't know, I'm not watching it yet. I'm professional, doing my job.
Yeah. Good for you, Anita.
Yes,
his wife was like, hide the dimples when you're out there, man.
Amazing. All right, let's chat on Manchester City, Aston Villa. This is an intriguing one. How do you think City are going to be approaching this one? Because Villa are very much in this top 4 race as well. They have a ton to play for, so both teams super motivated.
I think that's what's so exciting about this run-in, just looking at the bigger picture, the fact that you've got the likes of Aston Villa and Tottenham fighting it out for what we think will be that traditional Champions League spot. Of course, there may be 5 Champions League spots available to English teams in the Premier League. We have to wait and see what happens. But those two have got so much to say in this run-in. They're facing all 3 teams. The 3 teams at the top of the table have already played each other, so they can't take any more points off one another. But Unai Emery and Ange Postecoglou could have a huge say. You think what Unai Emery did to Pep Guardiola's Manchester City team earlier this season. In a week, they managed to beat not only the defending champions, but Arsenal too. So they know what they could do. Of course, going to the Etihad is a different beast, and the records are there to talk about how many games they've been unbeaten. It won't be easy at all, but you'd think that if there's a team that's up for it, it's Unai Emery's Aston Villa tonight.
Anita, Haaland has gotten so much flack the last week from his performance against Arsenal, and Pep has come out and spoken up for him. Do you think that that gives Haaland maybe a little extra motivation coming into this match?
Why not? He seems to be a player that really thrives on those situations. And, you know, since his injury, we haven't seen him reach the heights that he did previously, but he's still one of the top scorers in the league, you know? And the fact that he's got the backing from his manager, I mean, any manager would back him. When you think about how he got the Golden Boot last season, he just blew all of us out of the water. Players have these peaks and troughs, and as I mentioned, he hasn't been in the best form since coming back from his injury, but he's still an incredible goal scorer. I know some people feel that like he is almost unnecessary if he's not contributing to goals. They didn't feel that his overall performance was great against Arsenal, but I'd never write this man off. And like you said, that could just be the motivation he needs. And poor Emi Martinez coming up against him if he is even more motivated.
If Dibu Martinez can stop Kolo Muani in the 133rd minute of the World Cup final, he can stop Haaland. Anita, the least attractive game of the 3, if you want to call it that, is Brentford-Brighton. And I'm curious to see what you think and what the greater public opinion in England thinks about what's going on at Brighton at the moment with the Zerbi. It feels like a little bit of shine has been taken off of a Brighton project that's been so profitable, that's been very sustainable, that's been very attractive. Where do you place them at the moment?
So it's really interesting that you say that. De Zerbi has had all the plaudits, and rightly so. He took them to their highest finish last season, 6th, and they got Europa League football. He's obviously come out and said how he feels, you know, that he's obviously got a contract in place. He's been linked with the Liverpool club, although today, according to the Telegraph, he's not one of the front runners, that their interest in him has cooled off, apparently. He's been very frank. He says that he wants to make sure that the club, and in particular Tony Bloom, are on the same page as him, and that he's a very ambitious man, and that obviously teams like Chelsea or Liverpool have been, or even Arsenal, have been plucking their best talent. And so it means it's left them really stretched, and we can see the effect that's had this season. For example, them being knocked out in the Europa League against Roma in the fashion that they were. And they've got key injuries going into tonight as well. But the way Tony Bloom has managed to manage things at Brighton is really just an example for the rest of the league. And looking at Brentford too, you said it wasn't an interesting game. I think it is, because they're only 5 points off the bottom of the table. And even though Ivan Toney has been back, he obviously had a few goals in those first few games back. He's also not been scoring recently. And he had, 9 shots, I believe, against Manchester United. If it wasn't for the crossbar and so on, he would have got a goal. But he's so integral, and a lot of eyes are on him as well at the moment, because, of course, there's been talk about him wanting a move to a big club. And if he wants that, he needs to prove it. He's proven it before, but he needs to prove it again, I think, in this run-in.
Anita Jones, great stuff. Wonderful to see you. Don't be a stranger. Hopefully we can catch up with you again very soon, okay?
Top of the league, but first of all, can you try and update us on the possibility of any of your injured players being back for Thursday night against Sheffield United?
Yeah, Curtis.
Curtis will be back.
He's in training and full training, and is in contention. that's it pretty much. The other boys doing well. Diogo and Trent are together in a group, which helps both. But looks like from next week on, they will be hopefully in parts of team training, and then we will see the rest.
Alisson, same.
Okay, Ali is with the goalkeeper coaches, so I just see them through the fence, but that looks good as well. But I think in his mind as well, next week parts of team training.
How important is that for you in terms of strength of squad at this stage of the season? Mikel Arteta has already stated that squad strength is vital, and Manchester City have more strength in depth. So it's important to get players back at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah. So Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. These are our next 6 games. So we need the squad. We need everybody who can come back. We need. In either the full strength, which is probably not possible because then they come back, but somebody else will not be available. That's how it is. The games are too intense. Everybody's fighting for everything. So it's really a tough period, but obviously exciting as well. Looking forward to it. Tomorrow and all the games coming up. They're all difficult for different reasons. Because first and foremost, they're football team games. That's always difficult, but we are really looking forward to it. Cannot see it differently.
You know when all the games are. You've just reeled them off. But is it? Fans always think about the big ones and Manchester United.
I don't think that our people are like this. If I would think now about Manchester United, our people would have the right to think I'm already too long in the chair, because it just makes no sense. That would be the biggest thing. You cannot play football, you cannot win football games with not respecting the opponent, and I have no chance to influence the Manchester United game in this moment.
Team selection-wise, you mean?
No chance. We will play players available. We had Sunday, Thursday, obviously it's a normal break for us. Thursday, Sunday is okay. It's normal. So, but we want to use them. But it's not. For example, Curtis is back. That doesn't mean he can play 90 minutes. He can play a few minutes. Other players might need rhythm because we need them. How can we do that? It has nothing to do with the United game. Absolutely nothing. It's just with the Manchester United game. Just with the Sheffield United game. Sheffield United deserves our full respect, and we get that. That's it.
You play after Manchester City and Arsenal, of course, who play tonight. Will you be watching? They both kick off at different times. Can you watch both of them?
I didn't even know that they play tonight. No, absolutely, it's really not my subject. How I always was, I expect them always to win. That's not possible when they play against each other, but now they don't do that anymore. So I expect them always to win. So it's not about that. We need to get our points in. We need to win our football games. The rest, I'm honestly not interested. I told you that one story years ago when I watched the game and wanted Leicester to win. Didn't happen. That was the last time that I did that. So that's when you learn from the past. So I'm just, when they play, my heart rate doesn't go up.
You can't influence it.
No, exactly.
Jürgen, just reflecting back on the weekend, Alexis McAllister absolutely shone. Where does he sit currently in your expectations of where he would be when he came in at the start of the season?
Oh, I had no limits for him. It's not. I didn't want to limit him. It's not just. I knew that this is a player I desperately want. Thank God we got him. And then from that moment on, you can always in a new environment, because everything he learned at Brighton was super useful. But then it's a new environment, slightly different role. How he adapted to that, you never know. Not from a footballing point of view, it's more like a character, because there are a lot of discussions. Can he play the 6 and these kind of things? It sounds like it was 5 years ago, but it's only a few months ago that people had these kind of discussions, and I got asked the question quite frequently. And these things always help. If you play a little bit out of your comfort zone, it always helps. But we all know the 8 is his best position, but he can play the 6 anyway. And these are the things. It's just I'm absolutely happy, and we had talks before when we signed him, and after that I was super positive that is a fantastic boy, and that was. But you see that then only when he's here. He's in the middle of the group. Is obviously the best English speaker of our Spanish fraction. So that's great as well. So they sit together on the table. If you would make a picture of that, and Ali on top of that on the table usually, and then you go to the Copa America, that would be a funny picture how they treat each other then. But just a great player, fantastic footballer, super important for us.
Talking about that adaptability, he spoke about Mo Salah calling on him to deliver more to him. How important will their relationship be going forward?
Did I talk about that?
No, Alexis did.
Yeah, after the game, somebody told me that Mo obviously ordered an assist, but Mo is doing that probably on Monday with everybody in the squad. I'm pretty sure it tells everybody, if you don't know where to pass the ball, give it to me. So, yeah, there's no specific partnership. I think most assists for Mo probably has Darwin, if I'm right. I don't know exactly. So we need them all, on the best shape. And what I loved about this goal specifically, how he used the formation, how everybody was pretty much in a perfect position. And then in the end, things can work out like that. The pass from Dom to Maka was already exceptional. And then the next pass is only possible because Mo arrives there, because in that moment Dom is on the right wing. Connor is in a half space, so it's exactly like it should be, especially against man-orientated teams. So it was in the end difficult to defend and very well played. So that's most important. And there will be other moments when Maka has to pass the ball to another striker or to another player, and hopefully he finds them then as well. So, but partnerships on the pitch are very important. Usually I enjoy partnerships with 3. So, because that makes more sense in football than with only 2. But yeah, we are in the position we are because the boys played really well together, and that's what we need in the next, hopefully, 14 games as well.
Injured players, Chalobah, Gusto and Chilwell, will they be available on tomorrow night?
Okay, Trevor and Malo, they were training with us, and I think they will be ready to be on the squad. Chile, no. Chile, we didn't see Chile from Friday. That was the last time that we saw him because the doctor and the medical staff removed from his knee a lot of fluid that was, with the situation that after to arrive from the national team, and then Saturday got ill and wasn't Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday today, that he's not here, he's at home trying to recover. And Robert is training, Robert Sanchez. We'll see if he can be on the list or not, on the squad. And then, but the rest I think you have, in the website, how the evolution of the different players.
Obviously a frustrating result against Burnley, and Todd Bowley's been speaking after that game, and he's basically telling the fans to trust the process and keep the faith. What did you make of Todd Bowley's comments, and do you think the fans still do trust the process?
No, that I never talk about my my owners. Nothing to say about that, because they are entitled to talk in the way that they want. That is why they are the owner of the club. What only I can say is thank you to show the trust and the support. That is the most important that we need, and the player need the support from our bosses.
There's a new contract for Alfie Gilchrist. How pleased are you with that? And does Cole Palmer need a new contract soon, quickly?
Look, I think good for a player that came through the academy. I think you can feel, or you can see how he feel the shirt and the badge. Alfie, and I congratulate him to get the new contract. And then the second part of your question, I think it's a player that arrived now, and and of course he's doing well. But I think I don't know if he signed 5, 6, 7 an 8-year contract. I don't know. I am not aware. But no worries that if the club believe that we need to compensate or to reward player, for sure the club is going to do. But I think I think he's playing football. That is why we bring him to play football. He's an offensive player and creative player that is doing well. But always is the idea when we sign player is that performing the way that he's performing.
Mauricio, you're 12th in the table now after Bournemouth's win last night. There are 10 games left. What's realistic for you in those final 10 games now?
I think it's we need to catch up some games. I think we are behind of because we were involved in the competition like Carabao Cup and FA Cup until to the end, and we need to cancel some games. But it's so important. It's so important. Two things. That is the process and the evolution of the team. But I think we are the youngest team. I think in the top 5 leagues, the best league in Europe. The younger team. That is one thing. Another is with all the circumstances that we didn't get the result that we deserve. That is why sometimes, because it's lack of sometimes experience to deal with things in a key moment during the game. Yes, that is the process and realistic moment that we need to accept. But of course, we are in a club like Chelsea that is all about to win. But changing the project and doing the things in a different way, always, you need time. Maybe more than we expect, because the circumstance may, to delay a little bit to get the result that we wanted. But of course, keep going with the same energy, and of course, the same, capacity to keep working and believing in the idea and the philosophy that we want to create.
Just finally, the club aren't happy with some abuse that Conor Gallagher has received after a video circulated of him not high-fiving a mascot in the tunnel before the Burnley game. I mean, how unacceptable is this?
It upset me so much, because no one, want to do something like this with this intention. I think he was so well. He says too many videos and photography and picture about that Conor was really well with both mascot. And then was, when you play football, when you are there and you are focusing too many things and you focus into play and to start the game, and look, that sometimes can happen. But I think people want to abuse of the people. People always try to find things to create a mess and to abuse, the people that, if I know Conor, I know the people that, that people that is involved here in Chelsea. I can talk for the people that I know. Come on, never is that intention. Conor is a great, great kid and always is caring about everything, and I hate with the people feel free to abuse in social media, in things like this. I think we don't believe that, you don't believe that we need to stop all this type of thing. It's like today, if to abuse of the people is like it's so easy, and then is to pay attention of that also when we never happen this type of things. That is to give or to give too much, attention to the people that want to create this type of thing, to mess and to insult and to abuse to another people. I think please stop. I think we are all responsible about that. How is possible to believe that the intention of Conor is to ignore a mascot? Come on.
We heard about Martinez and Lindelof. Are there any further issues heading into the Chelsea game? How are Varane and Johnny Evans, for example?
No more issues. We don't need. But so in the front line and in the midfield, we are okay. We have options there. But in the back line, we have a lack of options. But the good thing is, this afternoon, back in training, Rafa Varane, Johnny Evans, and Harry Maguire was yesterday already back in training.
And with these issues, we've spoken to you all season about perhaps what the cause is. Are you any closer to knowing why you're getting seemingly so many muscle injuries and things like that?
Yeah, we have an idea, but we will work on that, and I think it's internally we will deal with it.
Do you want to share the idea?
No.
Eric, in terms of the way that the last few days have panned out, we all really enjoyed the Liverpool Cup tie, which was a fabulous occasion. But then to go to Brentford, which was such a disappointment. Have you spent time this week reflecting on how on earth that happens?
I know I'm long enough in football to know, and also some of you should also understand why such thing happens. But yeah, sometimes you are not playing good. But we are Man United and we still have to win. And when you are winning, you can't give it away like we did. That was the biggest disappointment for me. But we also have to see that the trend line over a long period is, say, from Christmas on is positive, and we keep going.
But from a man management point of view, how do you handle that? Do you rip into them after a game? Do you try and encourage them? What attitude do you take as a manager to a team that's just been so disappointing?
But it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation where you are in as a team, and how the players, how they see it, and how they express it on the pitch, and then you take it a strategy how to handle this.
Eric, just going back to the injuries, as this season's gone on with all the problems that you've had, have you changed things as the season's gone on? Has the approach changed at all to try and prevent all these problems?
You can't prevent, you see, it's not only us who had this, the standards, the Premier League from intensity perspective are so high. The overload in the schedule, and also international football is so huge. We have all internationals in our squad, and you see, it's not only us. City has the problems, Liverpool has the problems, Newcastle has the problems, so are many other teams. And in this moment, especially the defending department, but in the midfield and in the front line, the players are available.
How have you had to change them based on the fact that the schedule has been as punishing as it's been?
How
have you had to change training, your methods, the protection of the players for the schedule?
But we don't train because we recover, and then we go up to the next game.
Thank you.
Eric, Mason Mount obviously scored at Brentford. What does he have to do now to become a starter in your team between now and the end of the season?
He's a fantastic football player, but it's important first that he is getting and keeping fit, because he has had 3 injuries, and you see it now with Licha, so not an injury. So you want to avoid, so we have to do this very carefully. So this is the first objective, to keep him fit, and of course, at the same time, and we want to use him that he can have benefit and contribution to the team, like he did on Saturday, where he had a big impact.
And are you surprised that Chelsea aren't higher up the league this season?
It's a tough competition, and it's very tight, and then also it's also a lot about which players are available, which players are not, and when you are on the right side of the line, I would say you can have a successful season, but in this competition, so competitive, can also be when you are on the wrong side, you can have a season what's more difficult. And for the rest, they have a fantastic team, and they have fantastic players, and they play also very good football. They can beat everyone, and they already showed in this league.
look ahead to a big night for Arsenal. They can go top for a day at least if they beat Luton this season. They're playing catch-up after that draw at the Etihad. Was that a point gained or a missed opportunity?
I don't know. I don't know why anybody reckons it's a missed opportunity. I think Arsenal gained so much from that result at Manchester City. One, they kept them to 0 at the Etihad, especially after being really hammered the year before. And they had opportunities to win the game, but you saw players sacrifice themselves. You know, a lot of people don't look at the adjustments Saka and Jesus made to really dig in, because the game plan was to kind of attack, but Manchester City are so good at home that City wouldn't allow them to attack, so they had to defend. They defended brilliantly, so that should give them so much belief now that if you could shut Man City down, you should be able to shut everybody down. So hopefully Mikel Arteta and the boys will carry that forward.
Quite rightly, we've spoken a lot about their attacking prowess this season. But did you feel like you're in a time machine? You were back with George Graham. Everyone's stepping up, giving it that. Was it a kind of throwback to those days for the Arsenal?
Yeah, it was. And do you know what, Rob? I absolutely love when people come out and say, boring Arsenal, it was boring. That's what I like to hear. I love to hear the boring Arsenal, because you know what? If you're boring, but you're getting the results, we'll take it.
And 9 matches left to go, plenty more football, but we know what happened to Arsenal at the end of last season. Do you think they've got the ingredients, the mentality to go one better this year?
I think a lot's been learned after last season, and really culminating in going to the Etihad. You know, there was no gung-ho football like everybody wanted, because that's what Man City thrive on. It was the Arsenal way: keep it tight, restrict Man City to one shot on target, and be boring. I don't mind 9 boring games. Arsenal win them all and win the title. That'll do me.
How impressive is it? Because not only has Mikel Arteta learnt from last season by the looks of things, but he's also got his players to buy into that, because those players are so used to playing on the front foot week in, week out. Suddenly he's got them, and they've all sort of gone, OK, I understand that. This is the way we'll play. So that's good manager material there, isn't it?
Rob, the important part is it's a young squad, and they realise playing one way isn't going to get them over the line, because when you go to the top teams, that's why Man City wiped the floor with Arsenal last season. They thought they could go there and play open football. You can't. What you have to do is you've got to adjust your game to suit the opposition, but you have to be all in on it. And the fact of the matter is, a year on, you see Arsenal players playing that way and digging in and getting a really good 0-0 result. And that should get, as I said, that gives them the belief that they could win it all. I think it does. Obviously, Liverpool are in pole position, but I truly believe the Arsenal players will believe now that they could get the job done.
And Arsenal are remaining in the mix without being reliant on a number 9, a natural striker who's scoring 20 goals a season for them, like Man City have with Haaland, like Liverpool have with Mo Salah. How impressive an achievement would it be then to last the distance, win the title without having that recognised number 9?
Well, Arsenal have been doing it by committee, haven't they? They've been sharing the goals out. You know, goals from the defenders, goals from the midfielders, goals from the attackers. It goes from the subs that have been coming on, etc. So I think a few seasons ago, Man City done it this way. They didn't have a recognised striker, but they shared all the goals out. Now Arsenal are trying to do it this way. If Arsenal could get over the line doing it this way, what a story. What an absolute brilliant story. And then in the summer, they can get that striker.
So what I'm hearing from you, you're confident. It was so long ago. I think James, who is young, was most probably still in primary school. A 20-year wait for that title. Can it come to an end then?
It can. It definitely can. Like I said, Liverpool are in pole position. There are a hell of a lot of games to go. But I just think Arsenal have learned so much that Arsenal are gonna go for it now. They've got nothing to fear. They went to the Etihad, looked at the Dragon, and nullified him. So they've got nothing to fear now. They've got all winnable games. Some are tough, some are really tough games, obviously, but they're winnable games. So if you're Arsenal, you just got to go for it now.
Okay, I'm absorbing by osmosis your excitement here, Kevin, which is a wonderful thing. Thank you very much, as always. Lovely to see you.
Liverpool are the favourites to win the Premier League. Obviously, after that come-from-behind victory against Brighton, but I suppose more importantly, that 0-0 draw between Manchester City and Arsenal. Jurgen Klinsmann back with us. Jurgen, who's going to win the league?
Well, I really wish Jurgen Klopp to win the league. Absolutely. He obviously announced that he will leave this long and wonderful adventure with Liverpool, and I hope he's gonna leave with the title. I think he would deserve it. I know it's going to be a race until the very last day. It's going to be dramatic, and the other two teams, have a big say in that. But I personally just hope that Jurgen Klopp gets awarded for all he did the last 8 years at Anfield.
It'll be with the fairy tale endings. First time you've been on, isn't it, since everything happened at the weekend? Have you changed your pick as to who's going to win it?
Well, my pick was always Man City.
Yes. That's why I asked if you're going to change it.
Help.
I call for Eddie, Craig.
I still think there's a lot of hurdles to get over for Liverpool.
Okay.
I do agree with Jurgen. I think if you're a neutral and you're not in the sort of bitter, I hate that team sort of camp, it would be an unbelievable story. And by the way, I think anything better than winning the league when he did and winning the Champions League, because they've had the Asian Cup, the African Cup of Nations to deal with, and Matip's out with Tsimikas was out, Alexander's out, Andy Robertson was out, Kanate was out. There was only Van Dijk at one point, and Alisson. So to be where they are, right? To be where they are with what, and there've been a lot of injuries this season for clubs like Man United and Newcastle and Tottenham. But to me, Arsenal and Man City, it's not been too bad. Whereas Liverpool have come.
So are you getting to a point here? Like, who's going to win the league?
Well, you really didn't think I was going to go down all those games, did you?
Well, no, I didn't. I just wanted you to answer the question, as opposed to say Liverpool brilliantly to be top of the table.
I finally, after years, I finally show a sort of nice side, and you shoot me down.
Dan accused me of Liverpool TV yesterday because
I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with the side that I said was the biggest threat to Man City from day one, and you know who that is.
You're going to go Arsenal.
I'm sticking with the side. If it's not going to be Man City,
wow,
I'm sticking with the side that I said was the biggest threat to City, in my opinion. Now, some of the boys thought it was Liverpool. I personally have always felt it was Arsenal. I was disappointed at the weekend they didn't get on the front foot more, but they made a conscious decision. And by the way, I was talking about it earlier, that defence, particularly those two centre-halves, were outstanding.
Right.
But others are going to have to falter now. That's the problem with that tactic. That the 3 points for them would have painted a different picture.
Right.
So I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm going to go. If it's not, I'm going to. Jesus God, man! Stop waffling. Arsenal.
Arsenal to win the league.
Arsenal to win the league.
Wow. Okay.
Right. Well, you don't think it's going to be City, do you? You think?
I think City aren't the City that we think they are.
Right. So why? So that's a 50-50 call then?
Well, not necessarily.
I'm going to go for Arsenal to win. Yeah, Arsenal.
Jurgen, obviously Arsenal went in and played very different football that maybe we normally associate with them. Only got 27-28% possession. How difficult is it to pull off what they did over 90 minutes against Manchester City? Or how disappointing is it that they didn't go, as Craig say, and actually go for the win?
Well, if that was the match plan, then you get away with a tie, then the match plan worked out. You know, now is it nice to watch? No. Is it frustrating then for the opponent, Man City? Yes, very, very frustrating. Because when you bunker in and you park the bus, then you have to find a way somehow kind of to break through and score a goal. And you maybe rely on set pieces or here and there cross. You need to go kind of old school in a certain way. So, but it worked out. They got their point that they wanted, and they frustrated Manchester City. And so be it. Is it fun to watch for us? Neutral ones? Neutral? No.
If you go to Liverpool and draw, which they did, wasn't a great game either, by the way, and then you go to City, play the way they did. I don't know what the stats were, but David Raya had could have sat and had a cappuccino, really.
Yeah, one shot on target.
Why laughing?
I don't know why a cappuccino, but there you go.
Cup of tea. Cup of tea. What is it, man? Whatever your drink is, I don't know what it is.
Your drink of choice.
Well, the one thing I would say, if you go to those two sides, you play those two sides at home and win, Liverpool and City, you draw with them away, you don't win the league, it's going to be tough on you.
Right.
And the other side of it is, if Arsenal don't win the league, of course there are games, they will look back and think, well, we threw that one away, or we didn't do that, or we didn't. But if the question is, did Arsenal leave anything on the table at the Etihad? The answer is yes, because they're way better than what we saw.
Right.
But they made a decision that if they could nick something, that was going to be fine. But that's only fine come the end of the season if you're on top of the league, because then you look back and say, what did we lose? We should have gone at Man City, because we never saw anything in Saka. No. And he decided to play Jesus, and he worked hard defensively, but didn't offer a lot going forward. And Havertz was sort of, working hard, but not doing a lot. And so they left a lot of what has been really great about Arsenal this season. They left it on the table. They made a conscious decision. And if Arteta wins the league at the end, that'll be the right thing to do, and the right thing to have done. If they don't, I think they'll look back and say, do you know what? Looking at what Liverpool did to Man City at Anfield, and they crawled away with a point, City, we could have gone there and taken 3 points, but we chose to do it a different way. And only time will tell whether that was the right tactic to go to the Etihad with.
Arteta was asked about this in the press conference ahead of the clash against Luton. This is what he's had to say about those tactics. Leave your ego aside and your ideology aside and do what you have to do to win the game. I thought the team was mentally really strong and clever the way they did it.
I think that says that Arteta intended to come and defend. I probably expect
you could switch out the word win for draw.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Or more to the point, keep it 0-0 to about 75th minute, and then all of a sudden, now you start taking a couple of chances, maybe as City get a little bit desperate or a little bit frustrated. But certainly the intention of Arsenal going into that game was to defend as they've done all season long, every single body chipping in, including Jesus and Saka as needed. And then as the game drew on and you got to the later stages of the game, can you nick one late on? With the introduction of the Trossard or Martinelli late on, does that open things up? Does that provide opportunity for Havertz? As we've seen Arsenal do time and time again during the course of the season in scoring late on. So that clearly was the tactic. Get to 75, 80 minutes at 0-0 and let's see what we can nick from here. But at the very worst, we come out of this with a point. Job done.
The only thing I would say, the only team in recent times to obviously topple Man City for the Premier League has been Liverpool, right? In the COVID times. And maybe there's been the odd game that City have pushed them back and had periods of domination. But Jurgen Klopp has never succeeded in taking a backward step against any team. Now, sometimes it goes against you and you're pushed back by the opponent's brilliant, dazzling play. But Klopp's Liverpool side have never, ever gone into a game and decided to completely change the way they go about it. Arsenal did. And to me, yes, and everything he said in his press conference was right. They were absolutely rock solid. But that's not what Arsenal have been about this year. Arsenal have been about pressing everybody, throttling them in their own half and then playing their own excellent football. He sort of took a backward step, Arteta, at the weekend and said, do you know what, I don't think we're good enough to do that. So we're going to go the opposite way. And as I say, if it comes to the end of the season and they're second or third, it's one of the games that we'll sit back when we're analysing all this and we'll say, well, maybe they should have did that different there and did that different there. That's where this is a time issue.
But then because of how the whole game played out, well, certainly Arsenal's change of style, you can't help but wonder if it's kind of master against student type mentality from Arteta, which I don't think Arsenal need to take.
Right.
Arsenal are good enough to go toe-to-toe with anybody in this league. But so I'm with Craig in that I don't understand. And while, yes, you got your point, and maybe when you leave London, you're thinking if we get back here with a point, we'll take it. Or job well done.
But that's not really the attitude of a team going for the title, is it?
And I just don't. And so it's difficult. In seeing Arsenal this season, it's difficult to explain it. But again, you understand the relationship between those two managers, given that Arteta was groomed under Pep, and you just can't help but wonder.
What do you think, Jurgen?
Well, I think it's going to be super interesting now to see what technical approach Arteta will have playing Bayern Munich in the Champions League. You know, because this is a big team as well, and obviously they have a little bit their problems this season. Leverkusen is running away, winning the German Championship, and now you have this matchup, Arsenal and Bayern Munich in the Champions League, and there's a situation for Arteta now to prove a point. You know, to prove a point. What his philosophy is, what his approach is in the real big game. And I'm curious to see that coming up. It will be fantastic to watch.
Jurgen, what did you make of the criticism that some threw at Erling Haaland after that game?
Nothing at all. I think, when a striker is not scoring, for me, that's normal. It's human. It's just fine, At the end of the year, you can look at his numbers, and his numbers will always be exceptional. And throughout, obviously the club season, and then also with his national team, for me, it's not a big deal when he has an off game here and there.
Roy Keane obviously made headlines by saying that he's like a League Two player.
Well, I don't think it's any surprise that some of Erling Haaland's all-round game there's certainly room for improvement. But what he is, Erling Haaland is about physicality and goals. When it comes to all-round play, and I'm not suggesting he's a better player, he's a worse goal scorer, but he's not on the same planet, say, as a Harry Kane. In terms of his all-round link-up play, right. Harry Kane can drop off and play passes like a number 10. He can play 50, 60, 70-yard ping passes, round the corner, you name it. Karim Benzema, drifting around the pitch when he was at Real Madrid, flicking little balls and, linking the play up. And that's not Erling Haaland. And so when City are struggling a little bit in the final third, when he's a little bit off form, and don't forget, he's playing against arguably the two best centre-backs in the Premier League, who did a brilliant, brilliant job at the weekend. They were unbelievable. How William Saliba... Somebody needs to send a tape of that game to Deschamps and say, please tell me why this guy doesn't play and is not going to play at the Euros. He's got to play at the Euros. So there's that factor as well. But does Erling Haaland a lot of times have a bad touch? Yeah. Does his link-up play the best? No. So these are all things that we knew before the game. When his finishing starts to get poor, and it has been a few times this year, thinking back, I think it was the Chelsea game and others, that's when he's going to be criticised, because he needs the goals to keep those numbers up, as Jurgen was saying. because lots of his other game need polishing. As good as this guy is, there are parts of his game that I don't think he's ever going to be the best at. But as for scoring goals at the moment, he is one of the best.
I understand the criticism, and it's hard to disagree with a lot of it, given what you saw against Arsenal. But let's be honest, an average player doesn't score 52 goals in a season at the best of times. If an average player, everything goes right, you don't get to 52. Nor do you have the kind of records that Erling Haaland had even before his arrival at Manchester City in both the Bundesliga and the Champions League. But then, and to him dropping off and providing more link-up play, there were times last season where he wasn't getting a lot of service, and you saw him dropping back. And Pep Guardiola gave him instruction, no, I don't want you back in my midfield. You go and play up on the shoulders of defenders. So he doesn't want him coming back there. So he's doing what's asked of him. But I just can't help that while he spent a lot of times on the sideline injured, I can't help but feel that has affected him. Mm-hmm. Because, as I said, you cannot be an average player and score 52 goals in Premier League, ever. And then just give him some of the little things. That chance later on where he could have squared, I think it was to Rodri, and he completely whiffed at it. Those are things that are just so uncharacteristic of Erling Haaland, that I wonder that if it isn't a knock-on of some of those injuries that he's had to deal with.
But I think people forget that he is still relatively young.
23.
And he's still learning parts of the game that when Jurgen was playing up front for all these big teams in the national team, is learning how to use your body as a striker and how to lean into defenders, and when a defender gets too tight to you, how to spin them, and all these sort of things that you get better at. I don't know if you don't get better at, then it's a problem, but it's not just about the goal-scoring aspect of it. It's about if the two centre-halves want to get in a fight with me as a striker, what do I do? Right. Because if I get in a fight back with them and it becomes a wrestling match, it's taken away from the rest of my game. So I've got to find a way of dragging these people into different positions, or not getting into a wrestling match in the middle of the park and making it difficult for myself. And I kind of felt it when balls were getting played up to his feet or his chest. That's what was happening. That the guys, one of those two centre-halves was already tight to him, and he struggled in that department. But that doesn't take away. Put it one way. There's not a team in the world, club team in the world, that he doesn't walk into and they go, we'll have him.
Jurgen, what do you make of what the boys are saying?
No, absolutely. I totally agree with Craig there. When you battle constantly two centre-backs, and they're both all the time all over him, sometimes even the six drops back, and then they build a triangle around him. This eats you up. This makes you frustrated. And then suddenly you get your chances, you make the right runs, and you're just out of breath. You are just tired a second, and then you don't convert that thing, and that eats you even more up. So at the age of 23, where he's at right now, at the age of 23, is unbelievable. It's incredible what this guy has already done in the game and will continue to do. But he will mature. He will get stronger. He will get calmer inside of him. He will kind of fight these fights against the centre-backs differently by time, and he will mature, and this is something normal. But at the end of the day, he still provides all these numbers. He scores these goals, this incredible amount of goals, and carries an entire nation on his shoulders. You know, whenever he goes on international break, I mean, Norway is just waiting for Erling Haaland. Oh, just please make us win these games somehow. Get us somewhere. You know, and this is not easy for a kid, 23 years of age. So he's done tremendously until now, and he will do even better in the future.
You know what I thought a big part of the problem was, and I mentioned this to you, was, and Arsenal had it as well when they played Porto in the Champions League, that how Porto disrupted the game. And I thought Arsenal did a pretty good job of that, particularly in the first half. But for me, very early on, I thought it was in City players' heads. They were chasing Anthony Taylor every time he didn't give a yellow card. And listen, this was a huge game, and I thought Anthony Taylor was absolutely right to try and let a lot of challenges go and let it flow, unless there was a dangerous challenge, which there wasn't, certainly not early on. But all I ever saw, and by the way, De Bruyne was one of the biggest culprits. So you had two of their best players, De Bruyne and Rodri, every time remonstrating and chasing the referee around. That's as big a problem as Haaland had fighting two centre-halves.
Right.
Because all of a sudden, and then the crowd get into it as well, and I felt that Arsenal did a great job of really getting under this, although they didn't play particularly well offensively, they got under City's skin. And I think that kind of put City off their stride a little bit. And I'm surprised Anthony Taylor didn't book more City players for... There was one or two of them, by the way, behind his back, got away with the old, that sign, which is now a bookable offence. So I felt they were off their stride at the week. There's something not quite right this year, at this moment in time, with this City side. It's not bad, but it is not dazzling.
Jurgen, one last point on this. I was wondering if you would ever do what Pep Guardiola did at the end of the game with Jack Grealish.
That's grown over the years. And if you then have a bit of an emotional go at something that you want to tell a player right away because you don't want to forget it later on, or you don't want to kind of play it down later on, you do it out. You do it right there on the field, and you carry it out. And if the relationship is a positive one, which I really believe it is, because otherwise he wouldn't do it, so clearly out there in public, then he's okay with that. He's okay with that. Whatever the topic was, whatever they had to discuss, I think it's all right as long as both of them, they respect each other and they talk it out. Why not?
Just to put that quote into context, I do it for the cameras, my ego. It was obviously tongue-in-cheek. When he was asked about it ahead of the game this week, and he said, "Oh no, I want to make everything about me. It's all about my ego. It's all about me being in front of the cameras." Obviously, he didn't mean it, but that was the way he kind of retorted to the journalists.
I don't know this. I personally think that's the kind of thing he would do in the training ground.
Right.
I think he would, when there's no cameras. I think if he see, because the one thing this guy has done at every club he's been at, he set standards for the way they play. Right. The bar for players coming in or staying in the team is up there. And that's not just what you see in a weekend or a midweek. That's set. That tone is always set in pre-season all the way through at training. And I think what we saw there is something he would be doing in training as well, when he's seeing things that he doesn't like.
But does he need to do it so publicly? Could he not have done it down the tunnel in the dressing room?
We have to understand, in this very woke period we're in, where everybody gets upset with the merest and slightest little thing. In fact, a lot of people in this life, they wake up in the morning and they're looking to be offended. This is grown men we're talking about in the men's game, right? This is one of the best coaches that has ever graced the game. That's fact, right? He doesn't get to where he's got by doing stuff that the players don't accept. And so this is nothing more than, I think, and it's only my opinion, that people saying, this is for the cameras, this is for this. I think this is the type of thing that Guardiola and the best coaches are doing day in, day out in the training ground when they're not seeing what they want. The fact that it was on the field and there's a camera there, I think it was very spur of the moment.
To that point, this is exactly the type of thing that happens on the training ground, or to your point, you would wait till you get back to your dressing room before you have that conversation. But this isn't entirely new to Pep Guardiola. I remember Joshua Kimmich, when he was just coming through at Bayern Munich, Guardiola having just as animated a conversation with him on the park immediately after a game. And he said almost word for word what Jurgen was just saying is, because I love the kid and I think highly of him. And it was all dependent on how Joshua Kimmich received it. And now Joshua Kimmich went on to become one of the best midfielders on the planet. So you don't discount that interaction that I believe that Pep Guardiola had, or the interaction. Similarly, what comes of this is what Jack Grealish makes of it. He takes it as it was meant, and if that relationship between Grealish and Guardiola is as strong as Jurgen is suggesting, I think Grealish is the better player for it. But this is outside of the norm, particularly in English football, but not for
Grealish has already accepted this year that he has dipped below the standards. And
so how will this help him raise those standards, being embarrassed in front of...
It's not embarrassed. It's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. The manager, he did something on the field that his manager wanted him to do differently, right? But Doku's come in and Grealish had injuries at the start of this. Look, we all know Jack Grealish had a very good summer. He enjoyed himself. He partied. Then he had the injuries. Then he's had a stop-start season. This guy is, and we've heard him interviewed, is one of the most down-to-earth Grealish that is, guys that he understands. It is not a problem. And if you think a player is going to go away and sulk at a club like Man City over something like this, you're going to be mistaken, because all Grealish is thinking about is, how can I get in this team regular to play for the rest of the season and possibly win the Champions League again, because that could happen. How do I get in the team? And it's not sulking because the manager calls you out. Right. It's just by playing better and training harder, and that's what we'll see.
Manchester City, despite their drop-off this season, could still once again do the treble, couldn't they, in the Champions League, Premier League and the FA Cup as well. Their semi-final will be live on ESPN Plus as they take on Chelsea. What a game that'll be at Wembley. Now that game is live at 12:15 Eastern, and then 24 hours later, Craig will be in his full Coventry kit as they take on at Manchester United. Xabi Alonso's first full season, Jurgen, it's very possible that they could pull off the treble. Speaking to your friends in Germany, what has he done? What has been the secret to his success?
Well, obviously, the work that he's doing on the training ground, the way he kind of got the entire team believe in what he tells them. The whole club believes in his approach, and the continuity, the way he is working, and he has the team play. You know? And that's why things going so well for Bayer Leverkusen. They're gonna win the title in the Bundesliga, which is good for the Bundesliga, because Bayern Munich, I don't know, 10 years in a row, 11 years in a row, it's good. You know, give somebody else the trophy here and there. And now they're also in the semi-final, obviously, for the German Cup. The German Cup is like the FA Cup. It's a big deal in Germany, and the surprise is that there were 2 second division teams in the semi-final and 1 third division team with Saarbrücken, who today obviously lost against Kaiserslautern. But having Kaiserslautern and Düsseldorf now being the remaining other 2 teams is also a little bit of a sign of what's going on in Germany. The German second Bundesliga, I think, has the 4th most average spectators of all the top leagues in Europe. They have 30,000 average, the second division in Germany, with teams like Kaiserslautern, Hertha Berlin, Düsseldorf, Nuremberg, Hamburg, and so on. So it's not a surprise that actually Düsseldorf now is in the semi-final against Leverkusen, and Leverkusen is the only first division team in the semi-final. But now they have the big chance. Obviously, they are the big favorites to beat Düsseldorf there tomorrow. To go there and go for the double, the two trophies, or even, you know, if they add the Europa League to it, then it's an unbelievable season for Bayer Leverkusen and Xabi Alonso.
Jurgen, it's the first. Sorry, this is the first time we've had you on, Jurgen, since Xabi Alonso said that he's going to stay at Bayer Leverkusen. Do you agree with that decision?
Absolutely, 1,000%. I think, you know, he just started a very exciting project there in Leverkusen. They give him all he needs. You know, he has all the support from the club, from the area, the environment, the city, and the fans, and it's a very good team. It's a team that, you know, now has 3-4 players in the German national team going to the European Championship. Has high quality, and then he's going to play a Champions League season with Bayer Leverkusen next year, where he can prove a point, also for him personally as a manager. And as we've discussed before, you know, if he goes now, let him go to Bayern Munich or to Liverpool or you know, whenever Carlos Ancelotti decides to step down Real Madrid, go to Madrid. There's nothing to win right now there for him. You know, there's everything to win for him at Bayer Leverkusen. Prove a point next year, carry them to the next level. You know, keep it exciting. He has the players fully behind him, he has the club fully behind him. I think it's the absolute right decision. All the other teams, they will come back in a couple of years' time. I don't see a problem, because he's one of the most talented coaches out there in world football.
He obviously doesn't feel that the time is quite right, or he's quite... Although he's going to win a Bundesliga, barring a disaster, he obviously feels that he's got a lot more to learn before he steps in. Leverkusen are a big club, right? But it's not Liverpool, It's not Bayern Munich, and it's not one of these. So, you know, sometimes you take a risk because next year you get some injuries or you lose some players. The signings don't work out, and you know, there's always a risk to that. Not stepping into another job, but it's a calculated one that he feels is the right one for him, and you can't argue with that. And in terms of the team, you know, we saw Andrich there and playing for Germany and Leverkusen. You know, players like him and the signing of Xhaka, and how he's found the best positioning to get a team of players around Florian Wirtz. And let's not forget, while Bayern Munich have had, you know, the most expensive signing in their history, Harry Kane, terrific player up front, they lost their best striker, Boniface, and have done for months now. All right, they got Patrick Schick, who's a very experienced player, but they lost a guy who was absolutely flying. So, whatever, and obviously Jurgen mentioned the amount of comebacks they've had, but whoever he's been able to put in the team, they've been able to do a job. And contrast to that to what we saw at the weekend.
Yes. Yeah.
In the Allianz Arena, that was a shocker.
It was a shocker, Jurgen, and ever since Thomas Tuchel announced that he'd be leaving, there hasn't been any sort of response from the Bayern players.
It is difficult, it is frustrating. The expectations are the highest in their club. They expect you to get the German Championship automatically, the German Cup, and on top of that, you got to deliver the Champions League every now and then. So it was the right decision to go to the end. Now it will be interesting to see what is the reaction of the team against Arsenal in the Champions League, because it's still, you know, if you look at their team and you look at that roster, they're still capable to win the Champions League. Even if it's overall, it's so far a disappointing season with Bayer Leverkusen running away and winning, being unbeaten the whole season, basically. So that will be a nail biter for all Bayern Munich fans, the game against Arsenal.
Here's the problem. Right, you got Kim on the bench who's just lost his form, it would seem, after, you know, being absolutely brilliant in Napoli. You had Harry Kane, who's been brilliant in Germany, but he had a real off day at the weekend.
Yes.
He missed 2 sitters with his head before he scored one that was chopped off for offside. But you're not going to win the Champions League with that back four. You got Davies, who's likely to be leaving. You got Kimmich, who doesn't want to play right back anymore, wants to play in the midfield, but we know that's been an ongoing tug of war because Thomas Tuchel wanted Paulinho and wanted others to come in and play, and Goretzka hasn't had great form. And then you've got De Ligt and Dyer. There is not a hope in hell that I mean, I don't personally think they'll beat Arsenal. There's not a hope in hell you're going to win this competition with some of the teams with the pace they've got. I mean, that back four against Arsenal, those 2 centre-halves, they're going to have to play in the edge of their own box because they can't run. I mean, De Ligt's the quickest of the two, and he ain't quick. So anybody with any pace, and Arsenal are not the quickest through the middle, but they're quick in the wide areas. Anybody with any pace is going to rip that back four, particularly those 2 centre-halves, to pieces. So unless he goes back to and I know Upamecano hasn't been playing well, but my God, you're not telling me Kim is not whatever. If Kim's having a bad season, that's still better than an Eric Dyer great season.
Yeah.
That's how I'm looking at this. And for some reason, and I'm not saying he hasn't been playing his best. He's not. But when Eric Dyer is the answer at centre half for Bayern Munich, that's problematic. And so unless that changes between now and the Arsenal game, that back line, they got no chance. Well, not got no chance. They got a slim chance.
But it's going to be an intriguing tie in the first leg, of course, next week. One last thing on Bayern, Jurgen. You take a look at the odds for the next manager as someone who's sat in the hot seat. What is it about managing this club which is so intense?
It's the expectations, the daily expectations from everyone working at the club. Obviously, your bosses, you know, the management above you, and the fans. It's just if you don't win your game on the weekend or midweek, you know, the next days will be miserable at the training ground. They expect you to win every game. They expect you to win every title because they set the standards so high over the last 30, 40 years, this club. It is just basically an automatic that you as a manager going in there, you just have to deliver. you have to deliver. And sometimes it gets very politically, and it's part of it. And the only thing that really helps you, if you have some arguments there, is win your games. But really win your games, almost every game.
Jurgen, before we let you go, I've got to get your reflections on the watch party that we saw. Of course, you went to Atlanta with Seb. How was it for you?
Oh, yeah, no, Sebastian, we had a fantastic time. It was a great watch party there for the Bundesliga Klassiker there. I was surprised there were a lot of German fans actually there in Atlanta, and there were also a lot of fans not necessarily being Bayern Munich or Dortmund fans, which surprised me as well. No, it was a really cool event.
Oh, fantastic, Jurgen. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So it's a point apiece then in the game in London. Just taking a look at what that means in the table. You can see, obviously, in this race for a top four, which is really top five because of the way the coefficient is working for the new format of the Champions League. So Spurs still remain 2 points behind Villa, but the big thing is that gap that they have over Manchester United, which is 9 points. United, of course, still to play this week. We welcome in Jurgen Klinsmann to the show. Jurgen, overall, I think a draw, a fair result in this game.
Yeah, I think so. A draw is a fair result. I mean, Tottenham had majority of the game. I mean, 70% possession, controlled it most of the time. But West Ham, yeah, defensive display was very, very positive, was good, was strong. Very few chances, unfortunately, for such a big derby. You know, you wish there were more chances. Antonio, he had the chance then with the breakaway after the foul not given on Maddison. That could have been the game changer. That could have been the win for West Ham. But overall, I think a tie is fair. I mean, Spurs overall look okay. They look good in the race for a Champions League spot. Yeah, it's been so far, overall, I think a very positive season for Tottenham.
Yeah, positive season, 1-1 against West Ham, not the end of the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't be looking over my shoulder too much if you've watched Liverpool FA Cup quarter-final apart. If you've watched Man United in the league, for the most part, I wouldn't be too worried. I would call this flat.
Yeah.
Lively early from Spurs, particularly Werner. And I think they missed a trick there, because he was quiet. Apart from the first 20 minutes, Timo Werner was quite quiet. And I think they missed a trick because he had the beating of Soufal when they had him one-on-one. He absolutely had the beating of it, but they didn't utilise that one-on-one, the isolation of those two players and letting him run it at the West Ham right back. So that was something that didn't really work for Tottenham. He left him on, by the way, took Maddison off, which was a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, I was a little disappointed. I wasn't disappointed with West Ham because that's kind of what West Ham are. I was a little bit disappointed with Spurs today in the final third, and I just felt it was all a bit flat, yeah.
Talk us through the West Ham goal, Shat, because I feel like we've seen this before, haven't we? With Vicario being exposed, no protection.
Vicario can't come for it because there's so many bodies in the box.
Right.
And I think opponents recognizing that physically he isn't the strongest, so he's not going to just knock people out the way in coming for crosses. So if you put bodies in there, he's pinned to the line. And then when you're a West Ham and you've got somebody like Ward-Prowse who you can call on for in terms of deliveries, every set piece all of a sudden takes on a greater prominence, especially when you're up against a team like Spurs and a goalkeeper like Vicario.
Ward-Prowse whipping them in from the right, and he is one of the best exponents of the set piece in the Premier League, without a doubt. And you've got Jared Bourne whipping them in from the other side. Now, this is a weak point for Tottenham. Now, Mikel Antonio was the player that planked himself in front of the goalkeeper, and if you watch that clip there, he never moved. He wasn't trying to block, he just stood his ground. He was a big lad, don't get me wrong. He just stood his ground and he didn't move. And what you're going to see with Tottenham is all the teams trying to whip balls in under the crossbar.
Yeah.
They're going to try and whip them in, they're going to try and whip them in flat, they're going to try and get bodies in there. And by the way, it wasn't just that corner that was the goal. Every corner kick in this match that West Ham had, Tottenham, not just Vicario, defensively, I think there's something there that they're going to have to work on, because everyone, it was more or less a West Ham head that got there first.
As a coach, Jurgen, how do you address that vulnerability?
This is an attitude issue. I mean, set pieces are big, obviously. Almost every third goal comes out of a set piece, especially in big tournaments, competitions. And you have to train that, obviously, and I'm sure that all the teams train it and try to kind of memorize their runs inside out, especially the offensive ones. But this is, first and foremost, it is an attitude topic. You gotta somehow be able to put more adrenaline in your brain for that quick second and attack the ball and know where your opponent is, and you gotta be alert. And obviously, everybody watches everybody, meaning, you see then if your opponent is vulnerable there, you see if one or two players maybe here and there lose concentration, and you then focus on these little weak points of your opponent. And as Greg said, there's an issue with Spurs that in that moment they're vulnerable, and you felt that throughout the game. Every time West Ham had a set piece, had a corner kick, it was kind of a little bit burning. The crowd picks up on it, the fans smell it too, and so they were dangerous right there. And no surprise they scored with that corner kick.
If you look, they're not usually when you look at teams, you have front guys that you can bring back to defend.
Right.
Look at today, Son, Maddison, Werner.
Johnson isn't big.
Brennan Johnson. These normally, you've got two or three in your front line or your forward players that you can bring back, and they're really good at heading. They're really good defenders. Some of the best set-piece defenders I ever played with were actually strikers that used to come back and were brilliant at attacking the ball.
Yeah.
But Spurs don't really. I mean, if Richarlison plays and Kulusevski starts, there's certainly two bigger players. But in that current team, it's not the biggest physical Tottenham side.
So defensively, from a goalkeeper's point of view, how are you dealing with this?
The issue for Vicario, as I mentioned, is he simply isn't strong enough in his upper body to kind of bump players out of the way. All those defenders there, West Ham aren't going to move anybody. They're going to keep those same 3 or 4 in the 6-yard box and challenge Vicario to come and come over the top of a Michael Antonio or a Zuma or whoever else it may be. And I don't see him doing that either. So it really is a hiding to nothing for Vicario.
Jürgen, can I ask you a complicated tactical question, if you don't mind? Did you like playing in the rain?
Oh, I love to play in the rain, absolutely, yeah, because it makes everything happens faster, quicker, and so I enjoyed always playing in the rain. But I would like to add there something to the set-piece discussion is communication is a very, very important tool. You need a leader or two leaders in your defense, in your overall shape. If it's the goalkeeper and your center back or whoever it is there in the box, you need somebody to raise the energy, in defensive set pieces. And it looked to me like Tottenham was too quiet. They were too quiet. They were just expecting the balls and then, let's fix it. And this is an important issue that we always discuss with the players. When you're in set pieces, especially defensive set pieces, somebody has to talk. Somebody has to wake up everybody around him to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And I was missing that a little bit today.
And of course, if you're marking zonally, then you're open to Zuma coming from where he came from, because when you're marking zonally, you don't put somebody around by the back post. You just don't do it. So you have to give somebody the choice or the job to go and do that. So that's another thing you could look at. But that's not the reason it's 1-1 in this game. Tottenham just didn't offer enough going forward.
Right, why not?
I don't know if, Maddison, I just don't know if he's quite at his best at the moment, and Heung-min Son was trying stuff, but it was all very tight. When Tottenham got to the edge of the box, particularly in the second half, it was all very congested. Son was trying to drop a shoulder and get it on his left foot and whip it in, and West Ham, in all fairness, were getting bodies back and doing what they do, defended very well on the edge of their own box, and that's why I was a little bit frustrated not seeing, particularly Werner, being left alone. And if it was me playing, and I see that a wide man has the beating of a fullback early on, whenever I get that ball, given the right opportunity, I'm stuffing it into Werner, and I'm not saying stay away from him. Don't overlap him. Don't go out there. Don't crowd it. Get it to his feet. Let him run at the defender. And once I saw that he had the beating of him early, and he did, inside and outside, by the way. He had the pace down the outside. He could then a defender starts to overcover. He could cut inside on his right foot. But for some reason, Tottenham stopped doing that, and it wasn't because West Ham really changed anything. It was because, when Werner was getting it, he was passing it back, and I just felt that today, with the congestion that West Ham have, if you're asking why Tottenham never created as much as they should have done with the possession, is because there's nothing wrong with good old-fashioned wide play. We saw it in the Arsenal City game at the weekend. There was not a tougher defence to break down in Europe this season than that Arsenal back four. And you got to find width. And when you find width and good crosses, that is not obsolete in this game, because that's an alternative. And Tottenham didn't have that today.
Spurs, no doubt about it, will have a big hand to play in the title race between now and the end of the season, given they've got to play City, Arsenal and Liverpool. Given that run-in and given what they have to face with 8 games to go, is there any chance you think we could see Manchester United come in and take that 5th place, which it looks like will be also a Champions League spot?
You're just trying to shoehorn a Man United battering into this show.
No, I'm what you...
Because if you're a Man United fan and you watch them against Liverpool, you go, give me hope.
Right.
Lord, give me strength. Can we do this every week? And the answer is, they cannot.
Right.
Right. They can get up for some of the big games, some of them, and yet it was back to basics, it was back to normality at Brentford, when really and truly it was daylight robbery, the fact that they even come out with a point. So there's nothing in their consistency levels that would suggest to me that they're going to put enough of a run together to catch, say, Tottenham.
Right.
Nothing. No. You can't keep offering up the amount of chances. And let's not forget, in this great win against Liverpool, and it was, that Liverpool were very profligate in that game.
Yeah, second half.
Very wasteful. Very wasteful. So you can't keep doing that. And for me, watching this United side, it's about hanging on, trying to nick the odd result, and hoping your goalkeeper or the other team don't finish in the final third like they should. That's not a policy to get in Champions League football. It's just not. I don't see them doing it. I don't even think they've got a chance of doing it, to be honest, playing like that.
Genuine conversation about maybe him taking over from Jurgen Klopp as the next Liverpool manager. How would you see that fit? Do you think that would work? Do you think that's something that could work for both sides?
No, I don't see that coming. I don't see Ange going away from Spurs. I think he starts a very exciting project. He's started very, very well. Spurs were up on top in the beginning of the season, but we all knew it's not gonna last forever. So I think the Spurs fans, they all enjoyed it for the first couple of months to look at the table. I think reality is right there where they are right now, spot 4 or 5. That's the fight that Spurs has to fight right now. Making sure they get into the Champions League for next season, that would be a tremendous positive outcome of his first year at Spurs. Whoever wants to follow in the footsteps of Jurgen Klopp will have a very, very difficult task.
Yeah.
Will have a very difficult job. And I look back a little bit at that transition, when Sir Alex Ferguson left, obviously the helm there at Man United, and David Moyes stepped in. I still believe that David Moyes was the right manager for Man United at that time, absolutely. But he was not giving the time, he was not even given a year. I think whoever steps now into the footsteps of Jurgen Klopp needs to get at least a chance to be there for 2-3 years, at least 2 years, at least 2 seasons, to kind of slowly make things the way he wants it to do and shape the team the way he wants to do. But it's going to be very, very, very difficult. So I'm not surprised that Xabi Alonso said that he will remain with Leverkusen for the time being for another year, which is fantastic news for Leverkusen, obviously. But he knows that following on Jurgen Klopp at Anfield is pretty much impossible. It will take 2-3 years for that transition to happen.
Even if Liverpool wanted Postecoglou, and there are others, Tottenham have one of the most stubborn
Mr. Levy,
chief executives that runs the club for Mr. Lewis and his investment group. He's never, ever, ever, I would imagine now, going to let go of something that I don't think even he believed. Because let's not forget, Postecoglou was not even in the top 3 for getting that job, right? So he stumbled on something. I know Spurs fans go, oh, we're not quite, oh, yeah, we should have been. Listen, look where you were, look where you are. Look at the way you were playing, the style of football, look how you're playing now. It was never going to be perfect, and it's always going to take time. So Levy has stumbled on a manager who has played the most exciting football at Tottenham for years, right? That's fact. And he is not going to let that go because the alternatives out there are limited.
Yeah.
You know, then he would have to go and chase some. If Postecoglou was to go to Liverpool, then he's going to go to Brighton for De Zerbi, something like that. These things are not going to be easy. So even if Liverpool wanted him, which I have no idea whether they do or not, but this Alonso decision has set a bit of a domino chain of panic setting in with who's going to get the Barca job, who's going to get that job, who's going to get the Bayern job, who's going to get the Liverpool job, how's it all going to fit? I don't see Levy even entertain. Don't forget, he turned down some big money for Harry Kane. He was very stubborn on Harry Kane right to the end for many a year. He's not going to let, I don't think, Shaq, he's not going to let
I agree. Listen, in terms of fit, I think Postecoglou is as close to Jurgen Klopp as you will get, both in terms of how his teams play and in terms of his personality, how he manages the players, how he manages the fans, which is a big part of Jurgen Klopp's appeal, certainly to Liverpool fans. But while I say all that Ange Postecoglou absolutely is the perfect fit, I'm with Craig in that I don't think anybody is looking forward to picking up the phone to Daniel Levy to try to convince him to let go of Postecoglou. I think that's a pretty short conversation that ultimately you'd be frustrated in, and then all of a sudden now you have to cast your net a whole lot wider.
Good job Ancelotti stayed at Real Madrid for another couple of years, isn't it? Well, can you imagine the merry-go-round then? Barca, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
You know, Liverpool, all looking for Man United. I mean,
right, yeah.
You know, what might save Ten Hag? I don't want to go back to Man United, but I'm sort of seem to have progressed there. Is if everybody else is looking for this next best thing to
don't forget Barcelona as well.
Well, that's what I mean. But you know, so that could be Ten Hag's saviour. That these other managers, these other clubs, go for the best of what's available and around.
Would you start him against Bayern Munich? Yeah.
Absolutely. Champions League, you have to start Jesus. Personally, I would have him up front. I would actually go similar to kind of what we did with City, but I'd have Jesus up front the first time, and then I'd have Havertz in midfield with Rice and Odegaard. I think you need the physicality against him, but you need that quickness of Jesus to get in between. So if I invest him, Jesus, he can come here and do a performance, but I'm actually more interested to see what Nelson and Smith Rowe can do. This is their moment. They have to perform. They have to perform. With Havertz as a target man, Smith Rowe can make the runs off of him. So I'm expecting a good, tight performance. It's going to be very tight. They're going to make it very difficult, Luton. So it's about how can we control those little transmissions and little transactions. In a box. And you know, we've got to be quick. We've got to be quick with it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, agreed. Something else we've got to be quick with is hearing from Nicole Holiday. She's been out and about, and she's got the question of the day.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I'm right outside Emirates Stadium, ready for this evening's game. Now, we have the question of the day. You might remember last time Arsenal faced Luton Town, Declan Rice got that incredible last-minute winner. So today's question is, what is your favourite ever last-minute Arsenal goal? Come on, let's go. Hello, girls. Can I ask you a question? I'm glad you said yes. What is your favourite ever last-minute Arsenal goal? I know there's been quite a few, but what's been the best one?
Martinelli against Manchester.
I love that you just said that at the exact same time. That was beautiful. I mean, Martinelli is amazing. Who's your favourite player?
Saka.
So good, isn't he? Oh, you like Odegaard as well. And do you think we're going to win tonight?
Yes.
Yes, come on. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game. Bye. I love that. That was so in harmony. Hi, can I ask you a question? What has been your favourite ever last-minute Arsenal goal? Putting you on the spot.
Last season, Nelson's in Bournemouth.
That was unbelievable. Do you remember how you celebrated? Did you just go wild?
Yes.
Just amazing. And you feeling confident for tonight?
Yes. Probably the Aston Villa one, where the keeper went in our box and then got played through to Martinelli, just ran on and scored.
Do you remember your reaction to it?
Oh, I was running around in my front room just going mental.
Oh, I love that. Has that been your favourite as well?
To be fair, I was very young at the time, but Michael Thomas all day long, every day. You know, I can relive that goal and watch that go back to back all the time now. I was very young at the time, but I still, it's my probably earliest Arsenal memory as a young kid.
I love all of this gear, by the way. Full Arsenal merch. Question of the day. What's been your favourite ever last-minute Arsenal goal?
That's hard, but probably this season against Manchester City, Martinelli.
That was a good one. And is it your first game at Emirates Stadium?
Yes.
You must be so excited.
Yeah, I am.
And we're going to win, right?
Yeah. 6-0.
Oh, 6-0. I love that. Fingers crossed.
Reece Nelson against Bournemouth.
That was so good. Is that your favourite as well?
No, probably the Nketiah against Man United.
Oh, okay, love it. Do you remember your reaction to it?
Yeah, run around the living room.
And is this your first ever time at Emirates Stadium?
Yeah, it is.
How are you feeling?
No words.
Oh, I love that speechless. Well, hopefully we'll get a win for you guys. Are we going to win? Yeah! Come on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole. It's funny because whenever she's out there with that camera and that mic, people flock to her like sheep. It's unbelievable. Right, anyway, there's a light show happening behind you, Clarkie, which means we are moments away from kick-off. We need to get a danger man for Luton.
Yeah, I'm going for Alfie Doughty. He's the wing-back. He's got 7 assists this season. He, as you can see here, he creates miles more chances than anyone else. Ogbene's out at the moment. Barkley plays, so look, he's way ahead, mainly because of set pieces. He's got a great left foot, but he also whips a good ball in from the left-hand side. I think a lot of his assists, almost all of them, have been for Carlton Morris. So we've got to be careful of that connection tonight.
Yeah, key man for us?
I'm going to go with Thomas Partey because I think he's back and he looked sharp, didn't he? Because he looked off it. Let's be honest, he looked off it when he first came back. He looked more like his usual self against City. And I want him to go through the gears tonight. I want him to own the game, absolutely dominate that midfield, dominate Ross Barkley, and he can be the guy that just feeds it to our array of forwards to go out and make things happen. So yeah, we need a good performance from Thomas.
Nice. Players just making their way out, so let's get a quick stat trick from you before we get to our commentary team.
Yeah, look, Luton have taken just 4 points from 24 available from evening kickoffs in the Premier League this season. So yeah, on the night games, not so good for Luton. Look, we've won all 5 of our league games against promoted sides this season. We've scored at least 3 goals each time, so it sort of ties in with my 3 or 4 prediction. And Luton have conceded at least twice in each of the last 11 away league visits to us, losing the last 10 in a row. You're going way back though, for when the last time that Luton came here. Luton haven't been to the Emirates Stadium to their first visit. So look, it's going to be an interesting game. Hopefully we turn it on and produce a handsome win.
All right, Clarkie, thank you very much. Thank you to our audience. Against Luton, about to get underway here at Emirates Stadium in the company of Perry Groves. But first, Dan Roebuck, all yours.
To Nick and to Adrian and all the gang upstairs, from arguably the toughest away game in the Premier League to potentially the easiest home fixture. Arsenal face Luton tonight, aiming to go top of the table once more, ahead of course of Liverpool's game against Sheffield United tomorrow. But complacency can be a cruel mistress, and the Gunners must guard against any lapse in concentration versus the Hatters tonight. Perry, this should be straightforward, but Mikel Arteta's side must earn the right to play, as they say, and match Luton tonight before hopefully our better quality comes through.
Well, it's all about attitude, and our attitude has been exemplary this season. Maybe a caveat at Fulham away, but I don't think it was the attitude. I think all the outfield players just had a really bad game at that same time. I was behind enemy lines on Saturday watching that other mob from North London against Luton. And Luton remind me of the boxing fans that do Derek Chisora, where, like the heavyweight boxer, you always know he's going to put up a good fight, and you know he's going to give everything he's got and dig deep. But they just have these little flaws where they can't finish teams off. And I saw them on Saturday, they were running a little bit on empty. They've had a lot of defending to do this season, and they've got big heart and big character, Luton, so we've got to match that. They've got a threat going forward, obviously the quality of Ross Barkley. Andrews Townsend looked like he could play as a wing-back, and they've scored in their last 18 Premier League games on the trot. So you know there's a threat going forward, so we've got to make sure our concentration levels are very, very high.
Just a reminder of the two teams. Arsenal making 5 changes. Thomas Partey makes his first Premier League start since late August, while Emil Smith-Rowe, Leandro Trossard, Reece Nelson, who makes a Premier League start for the first time since July 2020 for the Gunners, and Alexander Zinchenko come into the starting lineup. It's David Raya in goal, back 4 from left to right of Zinchenko, Gabriel, Saliba and Ben White. A midfield trio, we think, of Smith-Rowe, Partey and Ødegaard, with Trossard left, Nelson right and Havertz through the centre. Run through the Luton side for you in just a second. Craig Pawson just about to get us underway here in North London. Relatively warm night in the capital here. Let's hope that Arsenal can get the job done with the minimum of fuss against the Luton side, who, as Adi pointed out, are turning up at the Emirates for the first time in their history. The last home game that Arsenal had against Luton in the top division was before the Premier League came into existence, the old First Division. Luton, incidentally, good news that Alfie Doughty is fit, who was a major doubt, as AD pointed out. He's recovered from a knock to start, but Reece Burke is not involved. Taffy Chong only on the bench. Jordan Clark and Daiki Hishioka both return to the starting 11, while midfielder Fred Onyedinma makes his first Premier League start. And Luton's bench, incidentally, features a 16-year-old schoolboy in the shape of Christian Chigozie. Be interesting to see how Luton line up. We've seen them play as a back 3 and a back 4 over the course of this Premier League campaign. It will be Kaminski in goal, with Dirty Hashioka, Mengi and Kabore, with Clark, Ross Barkley and Panzu, Onyedinma and Townsend, and it will be Carlton Morris as a lone striker, very much a target man for the Hatters. Here is Havertz to play through towards Trossard, but the ball just runs out of play. Make do match to a certain extent for Luton. Let's hope that Arsenal are professional in their outlook here. Perry does look as if Trossard's going to play left-hand side, and Smith-Rowe in a more withdrawn role in midfield.
Yeah, it just looks like, as you said there, Havertz will play up front as the sort of the false 9, then coming in 10 position. Looks like Emil Smith-Rowe play more central. Martin Ødegaard out of possession always just drops alongside Hazard, Havertz, and we get the 4-4-2. Just a little bit surprised. It looks like Luton are going to go with like a flat back 4, and Onyedinma, who's normally like a midfield player, he's going to be playing over at right back, and Kabore, who plays on the right-hand side, he's going to play as left back. You know, so Luton have got their own injury problems as well. But this is all about our attitude and the players that are coming in, the likes of Smith-Rowe, Reece Nelson, Thomas Partey. They've got to stamp their mark on the game. They've got to make sure that they affect the game, so that when they're called upon later on during the season, we've got another 7 games, haven't we, in April, that they're bang on form.
Here is Saliba. It's towards David Raya. Raya has to scamper back inside his 6-yard box to clear towards the halfway line. Then it's nodded back, but only as far as Ben White. White will take a touch, and here is David Raya once again. Atmosphere is good here tonight, as it has been for much of the season, and in fact the last couple of years, as we've highlighted an awful lot. There is a real sense of anticipation. There is belief, isn't there, Perry, amongst Arsenal fans this season? There is a real belief that Arsenal can finish this campaign with a bit of silverware, Premier League or Champions League. You never know, but it's bubbling away nicely here in North London tonight.
Yeah, I think as well, after the very hard-fought, tough, gritty performance against Man City at the Etihad, which obviously got on a few people in the media's nerves, because they expect us to go down there and play open, basketball, football. And I was obviously given a certain vintage. I was absolutely delighted with the way we played, that we were physical, we were horrible, because Arteta took lessons from last season when we got absolutely schooled there 4-1, and he was like, we ain't coming away from here with nothing. Exactly what we've done, and it means that we're still well in this title fight. Just looking at Luton, they're just sort of quite fluid, because say Kabora said it looks like he's playing at left back, but he's going to be playing as one of the 3 centre halves on the left hand side, and Alfie Doughty as the left wing back.
It's interesting, isn't it, the way that they set up, because Hashioka is sort of dropping into the back line as well, the Japanese international who was signed from St. Truiden, the Belgian side, for just a couple of £1 million ahead of the calendar year, and was a January signing, captured from the Belgian team, having come through at our Reds, the Asian Champions League winners of last year. So a back 3, then a back 4, as they try and combat this very good Arsenal side, who of course is scoring goals for fun at the moment, apart from the weekend, but we take that 0-0 against Manchester City all day long. 4 points against the champions, 4 points against Liverpool. It's not a bad return at all against your title rivals. Referee has just halted play here. Trossard was caught. It's going to be a free kick for Arsenal inside the centre circle. Be interesting to see how Thomas Partey gets on. Partey will flick it forward towards Havertz, who looks to turn Hashioka, who will clear to the right-hand side. I thought he was a bit ring-rusty when he came on against Sheffield United. Didn't go away with Ghana for the international break. It might take him a little bit of time to get up to speed, because there's a lot of people suggesting, look, Partey can do maybe a better job than Jorginho, can do maybe 2 jobs in that midfield, and if you could get Partey with Ødegaard and Rice, that might be the perfect 3.
Well, he gives you a little bit more physicality in there. He's passing, when he's on his game, he's passing, he's incisive, he passes it through the opposition. And I thought, actually, when he came on, I thought it took about a minute to get into the pace of the game, but I thought he was quite impressive against Man City up at the Etihad. Just looking at Luton, as I said, I watched them play on Saturday, and the front boys, they actually go man for man. You see Kai Havertz obviously dropping deep there, so Mengi, wherever Kai Havertz goes, they're not bothered about leaving big gaps at the back. They'll actually go man for man, a bit like Bielsa's Leeds used to do. So then we've got to see if Kai Havertz can come and be in that withdrawn role, that we get runners in behind, so it'd be up to Smith Rowe to get in behind him, or Reece Nelson just to make those little diagonal runs.
Yeah, Perry spotted that very early. Very much a feature of the way that Luton are playing so far in the opening 5 minutes or so. Luton tried to come forward on the left-hand side, but Clark unable to nick it through beyond Saliba. Here is David Raya.
If you just look there, look, Kai Havertz has come over to this inside right channel, and Mengi's just followed him all the way over. So we've got to be aware, as we've just tried to do with Thomas Partey into Emil Smith Rowe, we've got to be aware of those little gaps that can appear.
Ball is with Kaminski, the Luton Town keeper. Yeah, you're right. Well, you mentioned the sort of preamble with Luton. They tend to score. They tend not to get beaten out of sight. They've given the big boys a bit of a game, certainly at home, maybe not so much away from home, but obviously they drew with Liverpool at Kenilworth Road, and it took that Declan Rice 90th minute goal for Arsenal to pick up the 3 points at Kenilworth Road, and only 2-1 at the weekend as well against Spurs. So they are capable, but they just don't get over the line often enough, and of course they are in the relegation zone at the moment. It would take a big win for them to get above Nottingham Forest and outside of the bottom 3. They are still one of the favourites to go down, along with Burnley and Sheffield United, but I think by and large they've impressed many. I think everyone thought that they could be on for a Derby-esque points total. That's not been the case, has it?
They've been competitive. You know, I've been lucky enough to be at Kenilworth Road a couple of times this season, and only holds like 10,000. But you think the noise Luton fans are making, there was 40,000 in there, and that's because Rob Edwards, I think, is an excellent coach, because he's dragged the best out of this group of Luton players, and he would be one of the coaches who maybe wants to play.
Here is Havertz inside the penalty area. He's on his left side, looks to try and curl one. It's blocked as Luton gave it away rather cheaply. Ødegaard inside the box, right-hand side. He's got Ben White at the byline, looks to stand one up towards the far post. It takes a deflection, tipped behind by Kaminski. Nearly masters of their own downfall there, Luton.
Yeah, just Luton trying to play out from the back. I think actually Kai Havertz probably picked the wrong option, because he's cut inside on his left foot and gone for the shot. He should be rolling the ball across the 18-yard box. Emil Smith Rowe and Trossard were unmarked on the left-hand side of the box, but we've got ourselves a corner. So it'll just be, instead of obviously Bukayo Saka, who's in his Winnebago with his velvet dressing gown on, quite rightly resting.
Short corner taken. Here is Ødegaard from Smith Rowe's touch. Ødegaard will lay it back, and Zinchenko will have a go. It takes a deflection. It was ferociously hit by the Ukraine star. It bounces through to this near side. It's cleared away by Townsend and out of touch. Not quite sure if that was goal bound, but it might have been.
Yeah, just trying to mix it up. We've been excellent from our set pieces and corners this season. I think we've scored the most goals from corners. And say Ødegaard just trying to mix it up, come out to Zinchenko. I think it probably was goal bound because he's put his laces through it. And then it was a decent block by Mengi. But we've started well, starting on the front foot. Our passing's been nice and crisp, just 1 and 2 touch. Nobody's dawdling on the ball.
Here is Saliba, back towards Gabriel. The pair of them standout performances against Manchester City at the weekend. And then commentators curse as Gabriel gets underneath that one. It sails out of play.
Keep your powder dry. Don't go early, big fella. Don't go early. Just looking at Zinchenko's shot, say it's a really well-hit shot. It's Alfie Doughty in the end, who was nice and brave from Luton's point of view.
Clark tries to make progress over on the left-hand side. Gabriel will get across him, and that's going to be a throw in here for Arsenal, who haven't won since securing a 4-0 win over Brighton back in late January. Since then, 3 draws and some 7 defeats. Most recent draws at home to Nottingham Forest and away to Crystal Palace. This is obviously a significant step up. But at one stage in the season, when they got the better of Brighton 4-0, then drew at Newcastle 4-4, you might recall, he thought they might be able to sneak out of that relegation zone and maintain their top flight status, but they've slumped back into the bottom 3. Here is Thomas Partey, and now it's with Gabriel. Central position, 40 yards away from goal. Taps it back towards Thomas Partey. Partey through here towards Reece Nelson. Nelson will play it back for Saliba. Saliba short for Partey. Right-hand side is Nelson. He's got White outside him. Nelson has possession. Nelson started cup competitions this season, but not a Premier League game since coming back from that loan spell at Feyenoord. The flick from White doesn't quite get Ødegaard in. And it should be cleared away here by Mengi. That's going to be a free kick. Luton.
Yeah, just nice little intricate link-up play down this right-hand side. Just coming into Ben White, who's gone in that inverted sort of inside right position, just trying a little Cruyff flick. Just trying to release Ødegaard. Couldn't quite get it right, and then Reece Nelson just giving away an unnecessary foul, which that is one of the things that gets my dander up, actually, players giving away unnecessary free kicks, especially when they're facing their own touchline or facing the goal line. Just make sure you come a yard away, because the player wants you to get close. He wants to feel you so he can go down. Exactly what Kabore did. Kabore was like, obviously very cute there.
Kaminsky gets ready to take the free kick. Luton player's not quite ready. Rob Edwards just having a quick word with him. And he's right what you say about Rob Edwards, because he's not imposed his style on the players. He's looked at the players that he's got and thought, this is the way that I can play with them.
That's very strange. Why did the referee say, Craig Pawson, that there was a drinks break there? Are we like in the middle of like summer? A drinks break after 10 minutes? I've never seen that before. And I'm not going to, you know, criticise Luton for housery, shall we call it. It's like we were brilliant at on Sunday, but I've never seen a drinks break after 10 minutes before.
Kaminsky goes along with the free kick deep into Arsenal territory. It's flicked on by Morris. Clark has it. The flag eventually goes up, and that's going to be a free kick here to Arsenal.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's going a little bit too quickly. Decent flick on from Carlton Morris, and he's been one of their plus points of the season, actually. Carlton Morris up front for Luton. He's got 8 goals. And I say Luton remind me like of a half-and-half team, where you get half-and-half scarves, where you mentioned about their goal-scoring prowess, scored 18 on the trot. They haven't kept a clean sheet the last 10 games, or they conceded 30 goals. So
let's see what Reece Nelson can do here. Up against Kabore, does well, finds Ødegaard. Ødegaard in field for Havertz. Ødegaard has it again. Now it's with Thomas Partey, side foots it to Zinchenko. Smith Rowe towards Ødegaard. Popped up over on the left-hand side. The Norwegian takes the shot on. This Mengi should be cleared away by Luton. It's towards Morris, who takes it high on his chest. Then he loses out. Partey has it again. Scoops it forward towards Trossard on the left-hand side. Shioku is in the way. It should be cleared over on the right-hand side by Townsend, and it will be a throw-in to Arsenal.
Did well there, Hashioka. Obviously, he's not the biggest. He's probably only about 5'8", 5'9". Just made sure he got his clearing header away from Emil Smith Rowe. But I think the pattern of the game, what we've seen already, is that Luton, they want to play like a 3-4-2-1 with Jordan Clark and Andros Townsend behind Morris, but in the end, it's going to be like a 5-4-1. And sometimes, like I say, I saw them on Saturday, and they had 6 across the 18-yard box and made it very, very narrow. So we've got to make sure that we get width. We've got to make sure, as we're seeing here, Reece Nelson comes out on this right-hand side, and Trossard obviously plays wide left, so we can leave those little pockets of space.
Ball is at the feet of David Raya, punts it long to the left-hand side of Trossard. Trossard battles away, but he's unable to bring it down. And then as Smith Rowe comes forward, he goes down. Play continues because Arsenal have possession. This is Havertz inside the penalty area, back towards Trossard. Tries to flick it for Smith Rowe. It ricochets around. It's all a bit awkward from Luton and Heron Skerren, but they do manage to clear.
Yeah, just Emil Smith Rowe couldn't quite get the ball from out underneath his feet. Good link-up play with Trossard. Good refereeing by Craig Pawson, actually, because when Emil Smith Rowe got fouled, he could have easily blown up. He knew that we were in possession, allowed the game to continue.
Really good opportunity this for Emil Smith Rowe to remind everyone of his talents. Obviously, a real fan's favourite here at the Emirates Stadium, but he's had limited opportunities for one reason or another. It is a 3rd Premier League start of the campaign for Smith Rowe, as he looks to try and rediscover his goal-scoring form. Hasn't scored for the Gunners since April 22, getting on for 2 years. Here is Smith Rowe inside the penalty area, getting towards the byline, just gets away from Arsenal's number 10, and it's out for a goal kick to Luton here. It's going to be a long night if Luton are defending this deep for the next, 75 minutes or so, and you always sense that Arsenal will create chances.
Well, what you've got to do, you've got to be patient. But as I said, you've got to make sure you move the ball very, very quickly, and you've got to make sure that then you run the legs off of Luton. So you run the legs off them physically, so that then in the last 25 minutes, half an hour, then they start to get mentally fatigued, and that's when you start to lose concentration and make a few mistakes.
Kaminsky goes long to the right-hand side. Morris tries to get underneath this one. It bounces through towards Zinchenko. Zinchenko will clear towards the halfway line. Smith Rowe gets the touch. Now it's with Partey, and eventually it's Ben White. White will nod it back towards David Raya, and then Raya will play it out for Partey. Infield for Ødegaard. Ødegaard through towards Havertz. He's in between defenders here. If he can get there, it's still Kai Havertz. He's done really well. Havertz, edge of the box, looks to find Ødegaard. I'm not quite sure that ball was meant for Ødegaard. Reece Nelson was free as well, but it's cleared.
That's where Thomas Partey's at his best, picking up the base midfield and just pinging it through Luton's midfield 5 into Ødegaard. Released Kai Havertz, couldn't quite get the ball, obviously from out from underneath his feet. And then came over to Ødegaard, and then, to be fair, it was good tracking back from Mengi.
Arsenal have it again. This is Zinchenko. Now it's with Gabriel, just inside Luton territory. Partey seen plenty of the ball in the opening 16 minutes here. Here is Havertz back to goal. Challenge is a fair one by Mengi, and Luton can pounce it with Ross Barkley. First time we've seen him on the ball. Barkley coming forward. Clark on the left-hand side. The flag has stayed down for now. Clark keeps it in play. Luton have got players coming inside the penalty area. Here is Barkley once again. We'll play it back. Only as far as Kabore, as Luton just pause for a second.
There's a perfect example there when the ball comes into Kai Havertz. He's got to make sure that he holds it up, because Mengi is on his front foot and he'll follow him all the way in.
Clever from Barkley towards Clark inside the penalty area. We'll pull it back to the edge of the box, but it's well spotted, and it's Zinchenko that comes away with possession. He will play it over to the left-hand side at Havertz, but it bounces through, and Hashioka will play it back towards Kaminsky. Just a brief glimpse of why, as you pointed out, Luton score so often, because they're not bad coming forward when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, they got a bit of invention in them. Obviously, Ross Barkley, who's been outstanding this season in that centre midfield area. His passing range is very good, and we saw there his vision is good. Just releasing Jordan Clark, couldn't quite pick out Andros Townsend. So they keep you honest, basically. You know, they just make sure that you've got to keep your concentration levels high.
Yeah, it's a clever word invention, because that's exactly what they've got with Barkley, isn't it, really? Because you don't readily associate a player like that with a side that's in the bottom 3, and they have scored more goals than all the sides in the bottom 7 of the Premier League, even though they are in 18th position with 43. Here's Mengi's got Kabore to his left-hand side.
This is where I'd like to see us push even further up the pitch, because we're just letting Luton, you know, get in comfortable possession, just passing it amongst their 3 centre-halves. Obviously, just again, commentator's curse, and Panzu just giving the ball away.
Trossard for Arsenal, left-hand side. We'll play it back here for Zinchenko, back in the starting lineup tonight. This is Smith Rowe. Well, he was fouled, but play continues because Arsenal have it. This is Ødegaard. Now it's with Reece Nelson. Doherty is there to intercept, and he will play it infield here for Barkley once more. Barkley's got runners to his left, but he opts to go to the right-hand side. And Onyedinma Dinma, who will take the touch. Now it's with Barkley once again, looking to switch play towards Clark or Doherty. Clark will let it bounce through. That was clever. Doherty onside, has it, left-hand side. Morris inside the penalty area, gets the cross in, it hits Jordan Clark and goes out for a goal kick. A bit unlucky there, I think.
I think I'll go down on Jordan Clark's stats of giving the ball away, won't it?
He probably will do.
But that's unusual for... We just saw the strengths of Luton there. We said about Ross Barkley, his passing range. And Alfie Doughty is another one who's had a really good season for Luton, whether he plays at traditional left-back or he plays as a left wing-back, because his delivery from the left-hand side has been exemplary, apart from that time when he smashed it into Jordan Clark. Just getting a bit frustrated at the moment. We've given the ball away cheaply a couple of times.
Yeah, team-high 7 assists for Alfie Doughty in the Premier League this season. Here is Trossard to break forward for Arsenal over on the left-hand side, though. Gets away from Townsend inside the penalty area, then has to stop and move back outside the box. Then a neat turn to get away from Townsend. Gets inside the area again. It's towards Havertz. Cleared to the edge of the area. Smith Rowe shot. Ricochets through. Kaminski will make the save. And again, just a little bit of panic in that Luton penalty area, but the Hatters escape.
Yeah, Smith Rowe couldn't quite get the right connection, but really good play on the left-hand side from Leandro Trossard. 1v1 with Andros Townsend, an area that he doesn't really want to be. The great Cruyff turn from Trossard, just getting to byline, just trying to chip it to the far post. In the end, it was a good clearing header from Mengi. Comes out to Smith Rowe, can't quite get the right connection.
Morris to knock it down towards Clark, but Saliba's there, and now it's back with David Raya once again. Here is the Spaniard, hero, of course, of Arsenal's penalty shootout success over Porto. Bayern Munich coming up pretty quickly. Bayern off the pace in the Bundesliga, of course. Thomas Tuchel leaving at the end of the season. Harry Kane back in North London. There's going to be some special games against the side that had our number a few years ago in the Champions League, but it's a different Bayern, I think, this season, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a different group of players, mentally and physically. And I think the irony is with Harry Kane, he obviously is going to win the...
Ball over the top from towards Havertz. It hits Havertz's back and runs through to Kaminski.
He was just unlucky there from Gabriel, just trying to mix it up, trying to find Kai Havertz, just make a little run in behind, just hips on his shoulder. Yeah, I think obviously Harry Kane's had a brilliant season in the Bundesliga. He's going to win their golden boot. And the reports are that the trophy is actually a cannon.
Yeah, I've seen it. Here is Partey for Arsenal on the halfway line. We've had 21 minutes here, still 0-0. Manchester City playing a little later, of course, against Aston Villa. Liverpool playing tomorrow at home against Sheffield United. Here is Ben White through towards Ødegaard. Back here for Saliba. Saliba, square for Gabriel. Closed down by Morris. It's over towards Zinchenko over on the left-hand side. Zinchenko comes back in field. Now it's with Saliba. Once again, takes the touch to find Partey.
You see there with Luton on their man-to-man. Hashioka was obviously playing at centre-half. When Ødegaard was dropping deep, he actually just went all the way in with Martin Ødegaard.
Arsenal have it again over on the left-hand side. Trossard looking to run at the Luton back line. Gets to the byline, looks to get the cross in here. It's towards Havertz, just glances off the top of the German's head. Doherty will look to try and turn inside his own penalty area. Whacked away by Kabori towards Morris, who does well to bring it down. Townsend over on the right-hand side. Here is Barkley. It's towards Onyedinma, but he's giving it away, Ross Barkley. And it's Trossard that comes forward once again inside the penalty area. Right-footed shot is blocked. Onyedinma again over on the right-hand side will pick up the loose ball. Just one or two poor passes from Ross Barkley. He's giving the ball back to the Gunners. Then it's long towards Morris, who clatters into Gabriel, who says the two went shoulder to shoulder. It's the Luton man that's gone down, and Luton have got a free kick.
Yeah, I think Gabriel was just a little bit too eager as the ball comes into Carlton Morris. Actually, our main threat has been down the left-hand side. Leandro Trossard looks very, very lively. Just got a couple of good balls in. And just looking at Kai Havertz, because he's obviously not a natural centre-forward,
when Leandro Trossard gets to the byline, you'd like to see Kai Havertz peeling out and coming from the far post a little bit further out and make his run in where he's already standing in the centre of the 6-yard box, so he can't get any leverage himself.
4 in his last 5. Kai Havertz, of course, and a player who did score against Luton earlier this season in that 4-3 success. Arsenal have it with Ødegaard. Havertz to his right. Here is Havertz, edge of the penalty area on his left side. Looks to play back towards Ødegaard with a shot. Brilliantly arrowed into the corner with real confidence and power from Arsenal's skipper. Havertz, this time the creator. They combine so well before Ødegaard beats Kaminski. And as Luton lose possession, Arsenal punish the Hatters. It is Arsenal 1, Luton 0.
Yeah, stopping was there from Luton. Unerring finish from Martin Ødegaard. That was a little bit of quality that's been missing in the first 20 minutes. Really good spot. Pass from Kai Havertz said there. They've got a nice little understanding. Kai Havertz just makes sure that he just calms himself down, makes sure that he picks the right pass, and it's got to be the right pace and the right tempo. Exactly what it was. Just seeing there, and Pans will get himself caught this way, and Smith-Rowe. Kai Havertz coming inside, so he just rolls it into Martin Ødegaard. That invites him that he's going to hit it first time. Exactly what he does. Fantastic technique from Martin Ødegaard to put us 1-0 up. And you say the goal was coming because Luton just started to get a little bit sloppy in possession. And they're just inviting us on to come and close them down, exactly what Emil Smith-Rowe did then. And from then on, it was making the right decision at the right time.
Yeah, credit Smith-Rowe. He won't get an assist, but he battled to win the ball back, and then a long 1-2 between Ødegaard and Havertz. And Ødegaard with a really well-taken goal. His 7th in the Premier League this season. Luton coming back. This is Clark, gets to the byline left-hand side, looking for an instant response here. Rob Edwards' side. Back towards this near side in Kabore. And now it's with Mengi. Mengi has got Hashioka free on the right-hand side. And Townsend calling for it on Yedinma in an advanced position. Here is Townsend looking to get to the byline and gets the cross, and it's towards Jordan Clark. Good defensive header from Ben White. Good response from Luton.
Trossard's got to do better. There's bears in the woods, you know that's going to happen, and you know that when it comes to Andros Townsend, he's going to do a foot over, and if he goes on his right-hand side, he'll cross it. If not, he'll come on his left foot. There, it was the foot over, down to his right-hand side. Trossard's got to make sure that he goes and stops the cross, but it was a good header at the far post from Gabriel.
Barkley for Luton. Forwards here for Clark, back towards Barkley. Now it's with Kabore. Well, there was never any sense of nerves, but nice to settle the non-existent ones. Arsenal were playing well, they were playing patient football and probing football, and they've got their reward. Here is Hashioka for Luton to come forwards. Once again, Townsend on the right-hand side looking to get to the byline, plays it back inside the penalty area. Smith-Rowe doing brilliantly, terrific defensive work.
Brilliant play from Emil Smith-Rowe. Said it's just Luton will not give in. They will keep going and keep going. Say the quality that they've got, that wide area from Andros Townsend, just trying to cut
and
the
he comes
ball back.
again towards Morris, and David Raya is there to pounce on it.
Again, Andros Townsend, that's his staple diet, isn't it? Getting the ball in the wide areas, and Carlton Morris knows that when it's in the wide areas, he can make his run. Just not the quality that Andros Townsend normally delivers. In the end, a relief going through to David Raya.
Ødegaard, the Arsenal goal scorer, has it inside the centre circle, inside Arsenal territory. Just flicks it back towards White. Ødegaard, who's busy and on the ball in the opening 26 minutes here, curls it towards Trossard. Trossard controls, he's up against Onyedinma here. Still Trossard, will he drive towards the byline, comes back in field, angle of the box, tries to find Smith-Rowe. Misplaced pass, Barkley is there to intercept. And Onyedinma has it again over on that right-hand side, but under pressure here from Trossard, and Arsenal win it back. Havertz with the interception. Here is Smith-Rowe through towards Ødegaard. Ødegaard, can he backheel it here for Havertz? Luton will clear Hashioka, and Arsenal have a throw.
Yeah, just a little bit too intricate. Obviously with Kai Havertz and Martin Ødegaard trying to get that understanding going again. I think Rob Edwards will be a little bit disappointed with Luton because they've actually been the architects on down for a couple of times, giving the ball away very, very cheaply. Just looking at the replay again, Andros Townsend just trying to cut the ball back to Onyedinma. to say Luton, they won't falter. You know, they'll keep going. They'll keep being brave in possession. They'll still ask questions.
Long from Kaminsky. Morris will hold it up over on that right-hand side. Arsenal, though, will win it back. Referee lets it go as Party will play it back here for Saliba. Now it's with David Raya once again. Clark is on him quickly. Saliba once more to turn away from Luton's number 18. Clark is harrying around everywhere. Now it's with David Raya once again, and Party just dropping a little deep.
Yeah, you can see it. The instruction from Arteta when we're in possession. You see Reece Nelson out on this right-hand side. Trossard wide on that left-hand side. Just trying to spread the play as much as possibly can. Odegaard dropping deep. So we see again Kai Havertz coming at the ball to feet. Mengi for him all the way in.
Smith Rowe's had a good opening half an hour to come forward on the left-hand side. Now it's with Zinchenko. Back in field here for Odegaard. He's popped up over on the left-hand side on a couple of occasions. Partey has it. Eventually it's come towards Odegaard again. Now it's with Saliba. Arsenal dominating at the moment. Leading by a goal to nil. And Saliba tries to find Ben White, but Doty will intercept. He'll play it in field here as Luton have it. And Barkley plays it forward for Doty. It's a good ball as well to the wing back, and he's still going inside the penalty area, but Reece Nelson with some excellent defensive work will help Arsenal out, and David Raya will clear.
Yeah, good tracking back from Reece Nelson again. It's that threat down Luton's left with Alfie Doughty. Great little ball from Ross Barkley releasing him, but one thing that Alfie Doughty hasn't got is electric pace. So I would say Reece Nelson did really well just to track back. It's been a good response from Luton since going 1-0 down. You know, they've got themselves in possession. We've just dropped off a little bit.
Luton have it. Townsend, right-hand side, up against Zinchenko. Digs out the cross, it's towards Morrison. Clark with a header, and it's wide of the target. Claiming a corner, they don't get it. But that was an opportunity. Cross maybe needed to be a little bit better and towards Morris rather than Clark, who might be the smallest Luton player on the pitch.
Yeah, again, it was Andros Townsend down the right-hand side doing his Michael Flatley foot overs. I think it was 3 that time. Going on the outside and doing what all good wingers should do. When you get to the byline, you just stand up the far post. He said it should have been role reversal, but Carlton Morris should have been coming in at the far post. In the end, it was Jordan Clark.
Bit of a journeyman, Jordan Clark, 30 now. Really straight at Barnsley before really establishing himself at Shrewsbury, then Accrington for a few years, and has come up through the ranks at Luton in terms of the divisions, and the 9th start of the campaign for him.
Well, a great example of that was Petty Ryan Compounds as well, isn't it? He was with him in the National League, come all the way through.
There's 1 or 2 players that can do it. It's a big ask, and players are jettisoned season on season as teams rise, but 1 or 2 hang around and got on them. Smith Rowe for Arsenal coming forward, clips it forward towards Trossard. Townsend in the way, and then Clark will knock it towards the halfway line. No one in Luton colours to pick up the loose ball, and it's Partey that has it. 31 minutes on the clock here. Arsenal lead by a goal to nil. Pretty comfortable. Here is Havertz loses out to Mengi. And now it's with Doty back towards Kaminsky.
So I'd just like to see there, obviously, Kai Havertz coming deep, Mengi going all the way with him. I'd just like to see Reece Nelson or Trossard just make a little darting run from the wide areas, diagonally, just to see if they can get in behind, just to mix it up a little bit.
And Pansu. Now it's with Kabore and eventually to Doty once again. Pansu for Kabore. Luton are triers, as we've seen all season. They have really surprised. Pansu has it again. Kabore left-hand side over the halfway line. Plays it forward for Doty. Comes off an Arsenal boot. Luton have a throw.
We're just looking at Luton's goals against. They've only kept 1 clean sheet in the last 73 top-flight away games. The last one was 0-0 at Upton Park in 1991.
Crikey, that is a stat.
But my work here is done.
Here is Barkley. Now it's with Hashioka towards Townsend. comes in field, looks for Onyedinma, but Zinchenko spots the run and intercepts, spins back towards his own penalty area for Gabriel to go long for Havertz. Hashioka does well to knock it back. Looked like Morris was coming back from an offside position. Play continues here, though. Onyedinma gets in, and the ball goes out for a goal kick.
Just a little bit of hesitancy there from Zinchenko. Since we've scored, I don't think Mikel Arteta will be very impressed, to be fair, because we've just eased off. You know, Luton have come back into that and probably had their best 10-minute spell. So Arteta want us to get on the front foot again, so we just eased off. Because even though obviously we wanted the early goal, which we got, and we're 1-0 up, trust me, this Luton team, this is by no means over until you get the second or the third.
Ooh, we've got a situation with Hashioka down here as Saliba seemed to crash into him. Play continues at the moment with Ben White. Hashioka's still down. Ben White will play it towards Reece Nelson. Nelson back here for Partey. Hashioka is limping, trying to get back, but he's gone down again. Arsenal still have it with Zinchenko to the left-hand side. Here is Trossard. Can he work the ball inside the penalty area? A twist and a turn, and back here towards Gabriel. Now it's with Partey. Partey thinks about the shot, plays it for Ødegaard, flicks it through Smith Rowe with a shot. Great save, and the follow-up isn't quite there from Nelson. What about Ødegaard? It'll pop out once again, and then Barkley has it here for Luton. Barkley eventually. The referee halts play because Hashioka is still down. I thought this was a poor challenge, you know, from Saliba. I've got to say that.
Saliba's caught him on the follow-through, hasn't he? As he slid through, looked like his foot was high. To be fair to Hashioka, a lot of players these days stay down.
What do we think here?
He stayed down, so he's just caught him. He's actually caught him with his lower foot. It's not the foot that I thought he caught him with his studs up. Just looking at a chance again where Emil Smith-Rowe's got to be scoring. I think maybe he could give Kaminsky the eyes there instead of going far post, go near post. So I thought initially that Gabriel would caught Hashioka as he's sliding through with his left foot, which is off the ground. He's not, he's caught him with the foot that's on the floor. So it is accidental, and to be fair to Hashioka, these days...
He tried to get back up, didn't he?
It looked like he had a pebble in his shoe, to be fair, didn't he?
I thought he was a bit reckless, and Mr. Martha was a foul, but there you go. Gets away with it.
Contact sport, then.
It is a contact sport. You know, look, it's 2024, Parrot. Hashioka is still limping, getting treatment at the minute.
I understand this because obviously Hashioka needs treatment. I understand this drinks break this time, but the second drinks break, and we're in the beginning of April.
What's the Euros going to be like?
Is it 85 degrees out? Are we sitting in a fridge here or something?
So we're going to restart here with a drop ball, I presume, because the referee did hold play. Hashioka is still getting some treatment somewhere. He's off over on the far side at the moment, not yet back on. And our referee, Craig Pawson, is just going to wait and, I presume, give Luton the ball back because Ross Barkley did have possession. There was also an issue with Mengi, who slid in to get the second block. And he's limping as well. I mean, Luton have got enough players out at the moment, unfortunately for them. But it's our concern. Hashioka is back on, and he's not being told to come back on by the referee. So Craig Pawson has said to the Japanese international, you're going to have to go off again. Mengi's still off because he got some treatment. So effectively, at the moment, Luton are down to 9. There's no play because Kaminsky is waiting.
I think it's 30 seconds, isn't it?
30 seconds is the rule, yeah. Ball with the Luton keeper. Kaminsky will roll it outside of his penalty area, then thump it long. Hashioka is limping and still not on. Mengi limping, still not on. Referee is not motioned to either of them to come back on, so Luton is still down to 9. Crossfield ball to the near side, and Doherty can't control, has to play back towards Kaminsky. Kaminsky does control. Now we've got Mengi on, and Hashioka is also on. So we're back 11 versus 11. This is Morris, right-hand side for Luton. Goes the wrong way, plays it back towards Hashioka, who's going to test his injured leg.
It's a little bit harsh from the Arsenal faithful booing Hashioka because he was clattered. So there's a lot of times where players roll around because they've got a fractured eyelash. But to be fair to him, he did feel the full force of Gabriel's challenge.
Yeah. Here is Hashioka again. It's an honest league, the J-League. I've covered it. You get few bookings in it. Players get up quickly. Here is Kabore to clear. Bounces through towards Gabriel. Now it's with Zinchenko. Zinchenko feeds it through, but it's easily intercepted by Kabore. Kabore will find Barkley. Barkley touching field towards Hashioka. Tests that right leg now. Plays it forward towards Townsend. Townsend on the halfway line. Left-footed attempted crossfield ball. It strikes an Arsenal player. Bounces through to Nelson. Nelson does well against Doherty. And then Nelson plays it back in field. Perry's doing the pointing, but the ball doesn't go in that direction.
Well, yeah, both teams just giving the ball away unnecessarily. I'd just like to see Reece Nelson there. Obviously, when he's had the interception, his first thought was to turn around and go back because we had 10 yards in front of him. So I'd just like to see him carry the ball that 10 yards, and then it makes the Luton backline make a decision.
Mengi, meanwhile, up against Havertz. Mengi does well to clear. Now it's with Ross Barkley. Morris has run into someone and gone down. Clark has it now. There's space for Doherty on the left-hand side, but Arsenal getting players back in defensive positions here. And Luton only just getting the likes of Morris back upon his feet deep inside his own half, now making his way forward. Barkley with the ball at his feet over the halfway line. The former Everton and Chelsea player will flick it over to the right-hand side. Hashioka still getting the boos, bless him. Now it's with Barkley and Hashioka again. Morris has come a little short, it's gone towards Townsend. Luton just enjoying a little bit of possession in that middle third at the moment, but no real penetration. Mengi looks for the crossfield ball for Doherty. That's a poor one from Mengi, and it just sails straight out of play. Arsenal throw.
Yeah, Mengi trying to imitate Ross Barkley, and that was pretty mingy from Mengi, to be fair. You've got to know your own limitations, go in stages.
Is that a bit above his pay grade, do you think, that type of ball?
Yeah, well, sometimes, you know, he's not a ball-playing centre-half. He's not known for that, is he? So just give it to somebody who can play.
David Raya forwards here for Ødegaard. And now it's with Saliba, who powers forward on this right-hand side. Forward for Nelson on the halfway line, back towards Ødegaard inside Arsenal territory. And then in field here for Thomas Partey. Partey has it. Right-footed ball over to the left-hand side. As Arsenal come forward with Zinchenko. Havertz has pulled to the left-hand side. Trossard come to the right flank, but Arsenal lose possession. And suddenly Barkley has got options here. Onyedinma is using his pace over on the right-hand side. Looks to get inside the penalty area. Heavy touch, or he was nearly in. Raya spots it and collects. Maybe should have done better.
Yeah, it was really good play from Gabriel. Said there, Onyedinma just trying to get down the outside of him. Zinchenko giving the ball away cheaply. But then Gabriel just goes into overdrive.
Arsenal have it again. Lovely play from Ben White. And now it's with Nelson. And here is Havertz. Left-footed shot. Fine save from Kaminski. And White on the follow-up is cleared away.
Brilliant play from Ben White. Great little pirouette in the middle of the field, just going in a little inverted position. Great little turn away from Alfie Doughty. See you later. Comes into Reece Nelson, just feeds it on to Kai Havertz. Not really the conviction in the shot there from Kai Havertz. He's trying to go across Kaminski, trying to do the right thing. Decent save from Kaminski, low down to his left-hand side.
Arsenal with a corner, left-hand side. Now Declan Rice to take, so Nelson is across on flag kick taking duty. Plays it short for Smith Rowe, who plays it back for Zinchenko. Zinchenko, edge of the area. Now it's with Trossard with a shot. Ricochets through, and he's tapped wide by Thomas Partey. That was closing, yes, but Kaminski would have blocked a lot of the goal. But even so, you sense he's been a bit unlucky, maybe, or should he have done better?
Yeah, I think he should have done better. Again, we're just trying to mix it up with a short corner. Great little ball in from Zinchenko into Trossard. Oh, Alfie Doughty just
whacks it against him, doesn't he?
Caught up underneath his feet. And then he recovers really well, to be fair. Alfie Doughty just slides it and just ricochets back off Thomas Partey. Obviously, Mikel Arteta will be delighted that we're going in 1-0 up, but I think he'll be disappointed that, say, we've just eased off a little bit in that last sort of 10-15 minutes of this first half. And this is still competitive, trust me. Whilst it's 1-0, this game isn't done and dusted. We need that second and third goal. Because you get the second goal, and then it takes that little bit of energy and a little bit of spirit away from Luton. At the moment, they know that they're well in this game.
Yeah, they will always back themselves to score 1. Will they back themselves to score 2 at the Emirates? Probably not. I think that crucial goal, second goal for Arsenal, hopefully will come sooner rather than later. Here is Smith Rowe, who's been busy in this first half. He's had a good first 45 minutes here for the Arsenal. And the Gunners' number 10 plays it forward for Reece Nelson here. Nelson turns back in field, tracked by Hashioka. Now it's with Partey. Still got 2 minutes of this first half to play. Plus a little bit of added on time. We've had a stoppage, of course, for injury.
And 2 drinks breaks.
2 drinks breaks as well. Here is Gabriel for the Gunners coming forward, left-hand side. And now it's with Trossard looking for the run of Smith Rowe. Gets to the byline. Can he pull it back? He might not need to. Plays it in field, and it's rammed home from close range from Reece Nelson, who could not miss. And Arsenal do have that second goal on the brink of half-time. Smith Rowe made the run, got to the byline, pulled it back, inch perfect for Nelson, who from just a yard out just had to make sure he made significant contact to the ball, which he did. And Arsenal double their lead. It's Arsenal 2, Luton 0. Yeah.
The 2 impactors having a massive impact in this game. Whether Emil Smith Rowe gets himself to the byline, it's whether he can pick the right pass, show that little bit of composure. Just good build-up play from Trossard. Smith Rowe in the inside left position. And can he pick out the right pass? It's fantastic play because he actually nutmegs Mengi on the near post. Because he just gets his head up, Mengi comes across, he just rolls it through his legs and just gives it to Reece Nelson.
It may well be an own goal this, you know. Does it go through the legs of Reece Nelson?
It might be Hashioka.
Well, Reece Nelson has been given the goal by the PA here at Emirates, but OG?
In the 80s, 70s, maybe 90s, he'd have got it, but unfortunately, Reece Nelson, he's not going to get it today because he actually should be putting it into empty net. And it's Hashioka as it comes past Reece Nelson, comes off of his shins. But it's really good play from Emil Smith Rowe. It's all about having that, say, that composure and that technique. And in that split second to actually nutmeg Mengi, that's the only place he could put the ball because Mengi thinks I've closed you down. So good play from Trossard into Smith Rowe. And that has just calmed everybody down, just settled the nerves a little bit at 2-0, because I just say, what that'll do is, obviously, other than just putting us 2-0 up, that'll just take that little bit of belief and energy out of the Luton players.
Doubly difficult for Luton, and hopefully the Gunners on easy street from here on in, and more to come. Long ball forward from Mengi here, it bounces through for David Raya.
The thing is that normally at this stage of the season, if you're 2-0 up or 3-0 up as a player, then you sort of coast a little bit because you don't want to get injured. You know, you want to make sure that you keep your fitness up. But Arteta will make the substitutions. Obviously, we've got Marcelli, we've got Jesus on the bench, Declan Rice. I'd like to see him still with his carpet slippers, to be fair, with Bukayo Saka and Ketia, because this title race is going to go down to the wire. It's going to go down to maybe your point, maybe goal difference. Exactly. So you've got to make sure that you're relentless. You've got to make sure that if you can, that you go on and win 4s and 5s, which we have been doing brilliantly since the start of the year.
I think as well, obviously, for the players like Nelson and Smith Rowe, they will, want to make sure that they take whatever minutes on the pitch they have and make sure that Mikel Arteta notices them. Yes, you can have a good game, but if you score 1, 2, maybe even more, that really puts you in the boss's mind. And Reece Nelson won't get the goal, but it was his run that caused Hashioka to go into his own net. And Smith Rowe, well, he's had a hand in in both the goals so far. One direct assist, you can call it, although you don't get assists for own goals, do you, these days? And then the fact that he won the ball back that set Havertz and Ødegaard free for the opening goal of the match. He's been excellent, Smith Rowe, I think. Poor from Kaminski, he's giving it straight to Trossard, left-hand side. He's up against Hashioka, tries to prod it through Trossard, but it's blocked by the Japanese. He'll have another go, and he's beaten his man and comes forward. When Yedinma comes back, he will clear, and Arsenal have a throw. We've got 4 minutes of added on time. We've had nearly 2 minutes on.
I think Hashioka's really struggling, obviously, from that challenge from Gabriel earlier. Again, it was another nutmegs, really good play in a tight area there from Leandro Trossard. Like you said there, when you're coming in, you want to make sure that you have an impact, that you affect the game. And Emil Smith Rowe's done exactly that, because he's closing down for the first goal where we turned over possession. And then obviously comes to Havertz, it's a brilliant little roll pass to Ødegaard. And then can he pick out the right pass when he's at the byline? Exactly what he did.
Arsenal come again. Trossard claiming handball against Hashioka, doesn't get it. The Gunners win it back with Partey. That's a powerful run, still going forward. Nelson inside the penalty area. It's cleared and it bounces up towards Kaminski, and Luton have got a free kick.
Yeah, you can just tell, you just look at the body language of the Luton players. They have been moved around. Say they're playing with a lot of heart and a lot of courage. But this has been a long first half from, because they reacted really well after the 24th minute, went 1-0 up. Say that second goal from ourselves, the own goal from Hashioka, has just taken their wind out of their sails. You know, this half-time whistle can't come quick enough for Luton so they can get in and recover.
On from Kaminski. Here is Hashioka again. And that's going to be a throw in here to Luton over on the right-hand side. We've got around about 45 seconds of the added on 4 remaining. At the end of a first half in which Arsenal took a little time to get going, but were always in control and have probed and been penetrative and got their 2 goals. And all in all, it's been a pretty professional first 45 minutes, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's very difficult to get the fluidity that we've had. You know,
yeah, 5 changes.
Yeah. Exactly, with obviously Thomas Partey coming in, getting his Matchday on, legs in, Emil Smith-Rowe, and then we said about Nelson. Trossard's been in and out, Zinchenko coming in. So those little understandings and, you know, natural combinations that we have.
Here is Clark for Luton, who stopped illegally, according to the referee, by Saliba. Free kick.
Well, it looks on first looks that Saliba actually took the ball away from Jordan Clark, but Craig Pawson obviously thought otherwise. He's just got a little touch on the ball, actually, Saliba, but then just followed through. Again, started to go on Jordan Clark's foot. So this is going to be in probably Ross Barkley territory.
Well, they've got a couple of players who can take free kicks in the Sheffield Townsend and Park, they haven't they?
Alfie Doughty as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got a left foot that can open the can of beans.
Take your word. It's a great analogy. Barkley, Townsend, Morris standing over this. I can't believe it's going to be Morris who's going to take it. Townsend's moved away. Barkley and Morris now. Sure, Barkley is going to take this one on. So, a late opportunity in the 5th minute, make that 6th minute of added on time at the end of this first half here at the Emirates Stadium for Luton, just to get back within touching distance of Arsenal here. Barkley is capable, as we've seen throughout his career. So Morris moves away. Ross Barkley takes 1, 2, 3, 4 steps back. It will be a right-footed effort. 25, 26, 27 yards out, maybe.
Good David Raya's position, he's actually banging the centre of the goal.
Here is Barkley. It's a good hit, but Barkley makes it look, Raya makes it look easy and collects comfortably there. It doesn't really have the pace or the direction to trouble the Spaniards.
What David Raya did really well there was he didn't gamble. Because normally you see goalkeepers take a little step to the left, and he's made sure he stayed in his position, centre of the goal, just bounce in front of him, really clean hands. And you have to say it was.
So he'll be available for selection for their game against Brentford at home at the weekend. Rodri on the halfway in the middle, lays it out towards Doku, right hand side, 25 yards from goal. Digne chases back and then looks to get past him was Doku, but Digne clips a leg, brings him down, and it's going to be a Manchester City free kick on the right hand side towards the edge of the penalty area. It was a clumsy challenge in the end by Luca Digne, just sticking his Left leg out. Connects with Doku. And Manchester City have got a set piece in what they'll feel like is promising territory. With Alvarez and Foden over the set piece for Pep Guardiola's side. One player in the Aston Villa wall. 7 minutes gone. Manchester City 0. Aston Villa 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Foden looks the most keen to take on his left foot from the right side, although Alvarez still in the conversation. Villa keep a high line towards in and around the penalty spot. It's Foden's arms that go up, and it's he who takes left-footed towards the back stick, but Olsen comes out, makes himself big and catches in the Aston Villa goal. So set piece going a begging there for Manchester City. And he's out short towards Longley, still inside his own penalty area. Back to Olsen once more. Launches the ball forward out towards the right-hand side, where it's hopped up on the halfway by Josko Gvardiol on City's left, towards the far touchline as we watch proceedings here at the Etihad. Rodri forward towards Lewis, who being kept honest by Douglas Luiz, lays it out towards the bar for Gvardiol. Now Rodri out towards Akanji, right-hand side, 10 yards inside the Aston Villa half, towards Doku on this near-hand touchline, brings it inside, hitting the better of Zaniolo, midway inside the Villa half. Rodri lays it out towards the left. Grealish brings it down first time on his right foot, so elegantly as always. He's got Ezri Konsa up in front of him. Gvardiol, now Rodri, looking for options. Lays it out towards Grealish again on the left-hand side. There's a sea of claret inside the penalty area, but he manages to hit the ball through towards Lewis, and it spins back in towards the direction of Alvarez after initial deflection. It's not fully cleared and picked up by Bernardo Silva, left side edge of the box. Also Gvardiol goes back towards Julian Alvarez. Now Rodri. Alvarez again being put under pressure by Morgan Rogers. Alvarez towards Akanji. 30 yards out for Manchester City in the centre. Rodri chips it up towards the path of Bernardo Silva, edge of the box. Ezri Konsa up against him. Back towards Gvardiol. Villa bodies press, going 2 to a dozen at the moment. Grealish. Left side with Iroga up against him. Steps infield as Grealish. Back towards Rodri, 25 yards out. Steps inside of Morgan Rogers, has an effort at goal on his left foot from the edge of the box towards the near post of Robin Olsen's goal. But he manages to dive down quite easily to his right-hand side, the Aston Villa keeper, to comfortably collect and to stop another Manchester City advance. You get the sense that they've got to try and see out the storm here, and there's another chance and an attack here. Ball in the penalty area. Bernardo Silva up against Konsa, laid back towards Grealish, who gets a better Iroga. 2 up against him. Cross goes in, cleared away by Villa, but quickly one back by Jeremy Doku. Him and Zaniolo in a race for the ball, but it's a City man who wins out and then has to play it back inside his own half, and it goes straight back towards Stefan Ortega between the sticks. Akanji towards the halfway, where Rodri finds himself in possession. It's Phil Foden, Rico Lewis driving down the middle in the centre of the Aston Villa half. Out towards Foden, right side, 30 yards from goal, being chased down by Douglas Luiz. Akanji out towards Foden, right hand side, moves infield, out towards Doku, edge of the box, right hand side, cross goes in, low drilled on his right foot, and then buried by Rodri to give Manchester City the lead. 11 minutes in. Business as usual, resumed by the champions, and it is Rodri on the score sheet, unbeaten in his last 63 games as a Manchester City player, and he comes up with his 7th goal of the season at a crucial time of the season. The patience for Manchester City paid off in the end. There's going to be a call as to whether Doku's offside or not. Free of keeping him tight, but he manages to get the cross in, low drilled on his right foot towards the edge of the penalty area, in towards the box, in towards the danger zone, and when danger's lurking, Rodri's usually there, and then side foots the ball in towards the roof of the net to give Manchester City the lead. VAR looking at a possible offside against Jeremy Doku, and in particular they're having a look at the position of Clement Longley as to whether he's the one that plays him off or not, or whether he plays him on or not. You can take nothing away from the finish, Once the ball got to Rodri, first time touch, getting the beating of Robin Olsen. And the goal stands. And Rodri has put Manchester City in front. And you get the sense for Aston Villa, it could be a long way back from here. 1-0, Rodri on the score sheet after 11 minutes here at the Etihad. And I'm sure Liverpool, who will be dual screening actions tonight with Arsenal also playing against Luton, would have been looking at that and thinking, oh no. But here comes Villa at the other end. Zaniolo left hand side, almost got the beating of Lewis there. He's got two up against him, gets a cross in on his left foot, comes off of Rico Lewis. It's going to be Aston Villa throw on the left hand side, adjacent towards the penalty spot. A concerned look on the face of the Aston Villa manager Unai Emery. As for Pep Guardiola, yet to beat a top 5 club so far this season, and they've got themselves off to the perfect start. Dini with the throw-in. Left side, goes long in towards the near post. It's flicked on in towards the danger zone. It pinballs around the penalty area, but eventually cleared away by Foden, but it comes back in towards the mix, and it nearly fell for Diego Carlos, but the ball's going to trickle out of play for a Manchester City goal kick. 13 minutes gone. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 0 here at the Etihad. Well, in terms of Manchester City scoring first, in their last 78 Premier League games, they've won 67, drawn 10, and lost just a solitary match. That was that famous game against Tottenham Hotspur here a couple of years ago. Harry Kane coming up with the winner deep into stoppage time. Aston Villa had possession though, 10 yards inside the Manchester City half, goes out in towards the path for Dini on the left hand side, looks to drive forward down that flank in towards the possession of Moussa Diaby, who's up against Lewis, short towards Digne, cross goes in, low drill cleared away by Rodri, the first man for Manchester City. It's going to fall though for Douglas Luiz for Aston Villa in the middle of his half, crossfield ball in towards the penalty area, and it's a strike on goal by Jean Durand on the half volley. The flag goes up for offside against him, and it forced Ortega nonetheless into a save in the Manchester City goal. You know, just a little bit too eager in terms of his run, John Durand. And when it came to the strike, it was a decent effort on the half volley. Forced Ortega to parry away. But the acrobatic efforts would have counted for naught even if he did find the back of the net. Just a reminder what else is happening in the Premier League this evening. Arsenal 2-0 to the good against Luton at half-time. Goals by Martin Odegaard and an own goal by Hashioka has given Arsenal that 2-0 advantage. As far as the table's concerned, Arsenal move on to 68, Liverpool 67, and Manchester City would move themselves on to 60. So 68, 67, 67 points now. So the three clubs at the top of the pile will be separated by just a solitary point. Meanwhile, for Aston Villa, they'd be on 59 points from 31 games played, and Tottenham the opportunity to overlap. But City now look to move forward again. This is Rodri, 30 yards out from goal, played short in towards the path of Rico Lewis. Bernardo Silva back to Gavardia. City being pinned back by Villa, goes out towards Grealish on the left hand side. Konsa up against him, short towards Lewis. Bernardo Silva bears towards the penalty area. Konsa goes to ground, but Silva moves on, only until referee Darren England stops play for that foul on Ezri Konsa by Rico Lewis. Well, first quarter of an hour gone here at the Etihad. Manchester City leading by a goal to nil. In a busy programme of action in the Premier League this midweek. 5 games took place yesterday. We'll talk about them in a second as Villa move their way forward. It's Durand driving forward, lays it across, looking to find Morgan Rogers. It goes straight back towards the possession of Stefan Ortega in the Manchester City goal. 5 games yesterday in the Premier League. Newcastle and Everton shared out a 1-1 draw. Nottingham Forest got the better of Fulham by 3-1. Goals by Callum Hudson-Odoi, Chris Wood and Morgan Gibbs-White in the first half, more than enough there. Bournemouth now a few points off the European spots. Got the better of Crystal Palace by a goal to nil, the Vitality. Burnley and Wolves shared out a 1-1 draw. Right, so it was also honours even at the London Stadium. West Ham United won, Tottenham Hotspur won. Kurt Zouma with the equaliser after Brennan Johnson gave Spurs the lead after just 5 minutes. Meanwhile here, City lead Villa by 1-0, and that will look to press for a second. Grealish, left-hand side, in towards Silva, in the penalty area, lays it back in towards the path of Alvarez, flicked away by Luca Digne. He's going to fall for Rodri, but his dinked header had the venom required, and it's going to be cleared away by Moussa Diaby, although Gvardiol does a great job of recovering and then winning possession back for Manchester City. Reminder, tomorrow as well, we've got 2 more matches. Liverpool against Sheffield United from 7:30 at Anfield. Liverpool looking to extend their lead at the top of the table, whilst at Stamford Bridge at 8:15, Chelsea up against Manchester United. United looking to try and secure European football. For Chelsea, well, the grim reality of only trying to secure a top half finish. Then we'll focus on EFL matters. Friday night, Wolverhampton United against Plymouth Argyle will be our focus, and you can keep up to date with all the EFL action here on Flash Score. Jeremy Doku, right hand side, 25 yards from goal, moves in field, he heads towards the penalty area. Kanji's on the overlap, but Doku will go alone as a curled effort on his right foot takes a deflection, and it is straight in towards the arms of Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. Lays it out towards the right hand side, now back in towards the possession of Carlos. Now long lane possession, played short in towards the path of Douglas Luiz. Luca Digne in possession, back towards Longley again. Now Robin Olsen between the sticks for Aston Villa, lays it out and short towards Diego Carlos. As with concert, Carlos penned towards that right hand corner, clears the ball away but picked up almost instantaneously by Gvardiol, who's got Moussa Diaby up against him. Towards a Kanji on the halfway in the centre, short towards Rico Lewis, who just strays inside the Aston Villa half, along the line towards Rodri. Now Rico Lewis, who drives forward, evades the challenge of Duran. Lewis in the middle, Alvarez, edge of the box, now in the D, looking to get past 2. He's tripped up en route, but no foul in the eyes of the referee, and now Aston Villa look to move forward with Zaniolo. Lays it along the line, driving forward is Morgan Rogers, shifted out towards John Duran. The sea of blue bodies par their way back. Duran, edge of the box, towards Rogers, towards Duran! It's an excellent Aston Villa goal as they equalise here at the Etihad. And it's John Duran who levels proceedings here for Unai Emery's side. They caught Manchester City napping and then came up with an exquisite equalising goal. Slotted on his left foot in towards the bottom right-hand corner. We are level at the Etihad. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. Well, City won't be happy with the fact that Alvarez was brought down in the build-up, and then Villa just moved away quickly. Zaniolo in towards the path of Rogers, who drove and drove. Duran looks just onside. It's Ruben Diaz looking as if he strays him on. A little give and go with Rogers, who then first time plays the ball in towards his path, slots it home on his side left foot in towards the bottom right-hand corner. 2 square proceedings up here at the Etihad, 20 minutes in, and just when you thought Manchester City were beginning to really hammer home with the task, Villa pegged them back level. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. It's good enough for a thumbs up for Unai Emery, but they are checking VAR for a possible offside against Duran in the build-up. It's him against Diaz, the incident in question. Well, they're having a look at the arm of Ruben Diaz, or the shoulder of Ruben Diaz, shall I say. They're looking at a second offside in the build-up when the ball's released by Rogers in towards the path of Duran. I think he'll be okay. Maybe the offending player could be Nicola Zaniolo, who's a few yards in front of him, doesn't touch the ball, but maybe the question will be, did he impact with the view of Ruben Diaz as the ball went in towards the path of John Duran? Well, the question is no, and we have a level game. John Duran equalises. It's Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. John Duran's 3rd goal of this Premier League season, and how that could help Aston Villa's assault towards the top 4, and how Arsenal and Liverpool will be looking at that goal with bated breath. Lewis As Manchester City kick off again. Diaz towards Foden. He wasn't allowed to turn up against Zaniolo. Goes back towards Akanji, towards the path of Diaz. Villa really sensing blood here. Really pressing forward on Manchester City, who are being penned back in towards their own half. Goes out towards Akanji on the right-hand side, just straying inside opposition territory. Now, Rico Lewis, who moves infield. Along the line towards Rodri. Forward it goes through the middle towards the path of Alvarez. Goes out towards Gavardiol. Diaby tried to intercept but couldn't do so. Grealish into the box, moves inside from the left-hand flank. Gets the better of Morgan Rogers. Shifts out towards Lewis. Doku right-hand side. Up against Zaniolo on the edge of the box. Steps past him. Gets a cross in. Low drilled on his right foot, but it's a comfortable collection for Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. He went in towards the mixer, but nobody could get there. 22 and a half frantic minutes have gone and have been elapsed here at the Etihad. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. Rodri giving Manchester City the lead in the 11th minute before John Duran equalising on the 20th minute mark. One of 3 live games that we're broadcasting to you this evening on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service as Manchester City win themselves a throw on the right-hand side, 25 yards out from goal. Rodri chips the ball up on his right foot from the right flank towards the left. Grealish out of the area. He's got Konsa up against him. Plays it back about 5 yards towards Gavardiol. Rodri chips it up again towards Doku. Heavy touch on his right foot, but it's going to fall for Grealish on the half volley, who has a speculative effort. No, he got the beating of Olsen. He thought that there was a touch by the Villa goalkeeper en route. It looks like it's gone for a goal kick. Doku, I think, would have actually been offside in the process as well. And then Grealish has a go on the half volley from inside the penalty area. Looked like there was nothing else really he could do. He's claiming there was a touch by the Villa goalkeeper, and it's tough to say from this angle. But the goal kick is the call. 24 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. Akanji up in the air. Forward it goes towards the halfway. On. Now out towards the path of Luca Digne. Forward it goes in towards the path of Duran. Goes back towards Stefan Ortega. Well, Manchester City are kind of becoming draw specialists, or more so than ever in this campaign. They've drawn 7 Premier League fixtures this season. It's their highest total since 9 draws in Pep Guardiola's first season here at the Etihad in 2016-17. Here's Grealish, though, for the champions on the left-hand side, in the middle of the City half. Give and go between him and Silva on that far touchline. Grealish back towards Silva. Gavardiol, the ball moved back about 10-15 yards. Now closer towards the halfway with Diaz. Out towards Akanji now. Driving forward, Rico Lewis in the middle of the Aston Villa half, laid along towards Rodri. 2 up against him. He's got Morgan Rogers for company. Diaz, Foden, now Diaz again. Rodri, City being forced back, but he finds that out ball towards Doku, which is intercepted by Digne, who flicks the ball out of play for Manchester City throwing on the right-hand side, adjacent towards the edge of the 18-yard box. It's going to be taken by Rico Lewis. 25 and a half minutes gone. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1, the latest score here. Now the Etihad in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Give and go between Lewis and Alvarez. Short towards Foden, edge of the box, has to turn, intercepted, and now Villa look to move away again. It's Rogers. Plays it out in towards the path of Diaby, right-hand side, 5 yards inside the City half, but mopped up well by Josko Gavardiol with a crunching challenge, sliding in and getting the ball away for Manchester City. It will be a Villa throw on the halfway out on the right-hand side. 26 minutes gone. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1. Reminder that we will see Liverpool in action tomorrow against Sheffield United. You can listen to commentary of that here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. 7:30 the kick-off time for that one, and it's another busy week across the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. The Premier League will return on Saturday, the early kick-off at Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace up against Manchester City. And then we'll have live commentary from 3 o'clock on Saturday of Aston Villa, Brentford, Everton against Burnley, Fulham, Newcastle, Luton, Bournemouth, Wolves, West Ham, and the late kick-off being Brighton against Arsenal. And then Sunday afternoon, Manchester United v Liverpool, Sheffield United v Chelsea, and Tottenham up against Nottingham Forest is the late kick-off at the later time of 6 o'clock, that fixture being moved a few days ago. Akanji for Manchester City, though, meanwhile here at the Etihad, towards Rodri in the middle. Alvarez goes back towards Gavardio. Diaz on the halfway for Manchester City. Villa doing a good job of containing here. Bernardo Silva looking to find Foden, but it's going to fall for Alvarez. Foden back towards Alvarez. Nice little neat play from City to get themselves out of trouble. Alvarez chips the ball in towards the path of Foden. Does well to get there. Inside the box for City. Back to goal. 3 up against him. Back towards Alvarez. Now Rodri edge of the box. Chips it out towards Grealish on the left-hand side. He's got Ezri Konsa for company. Grealish back towards Gavardio. Steps inside of Diaby. Cross goes in towards the back stick. Looking to find Doku, but Zaniolo holds his ground and then manages to get the ball back towards Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. Well, they're looking at the possibility of a handball and actually may have got it back through the hand of Zaniolo, but I think those complaints have been quickly dealt with. 28 minutes gone here at the Etihad. Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1, if you've just joined us here on the Flash Score Live with a commentary service. Villa clearing the ball away from their defensive right side towards the halfway. Duran being pinned down by Diaz. Fair though in the eyes of the referee. Picked up by Gavardio. Now Diaz once more forward towards Foden. On back though by Aston Villa towards the halfway and out towards Zaniolo. Just inside City's half. He got 2 up against him. He got Rodri and Lewis lurking. Digne now towards Douglas Luiz on the halfway. His possession again goes in towards the path of Clement Longley. And eventually back towards the path of Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. Lead along the line towards Diego Carlos. Konsa steps inside from that touchline with Jack Grealish up against him. Back towards Olsen once more, and now Clement Longley in possession. Again, Villa not being able to really get outside their 18-yard box, and now Olsen launches it long and direct towards Duran, and Kanji stopping that particular advance in its tracks. This is Rodri on the halfway in the centre. Gets in towards the path of Doku, who turns with his back to goal. Brought down, but no foul in the eyes of the referee. This is Zaniolo for Aston Villa. He's got Digne out towards his left. That's who he finds. 25 yards out from goal. Lewis up against him. Short and back towards Luiz, who's now forced out towards the left. Edge of the box, Zaniolo. Now Digne on the left-hand side. Zaniolo towards the path of Douglas Luiz, who turns, moves it back. Around about 35 yards out from goal now are Aston Villa. Diego Carlos towards Konsa on the halfway on the right-hand side, being put under pressure by Jack Grealish for Manchester City. Alvarez chases down Carlos. Longley. Carlos again inside his own half. Chips the ball forward, out towards the right-hand side. It was a very quick one by Moussa Diaby. The flag stays down for now. Inside the area he goes. Looks to pull it back in towards the path of Zaniolo, but intercepted by the on-rushing Diaz and Rodri back into the path of Ortega. In terms of the match stats so far, Manchester City have had 63% possession compared to Aston Villa's 38%, but it is Villa who regained possession after a bit of a toing and a throwing on a physical front towards the edge of the penalty area on the near touchline. As we look at it, the left-hand side is Villa attack. Morgan Rogers committing the eventual foul. Manchester City free kick towards the edge of the penalty area on the right-hand side as they attack. They quickly shifted out towards the left-hand side and quickly shifted in towards opposition territory. Grealish with Silva just in front of him. 30 yards out from goal, moves infield towards the centre. Evades 2, evades 3. Foden towards Alvarez, edge of the area, but play stopped. Douglas Luiz has gone down, and it's going to be a free kick to Aston Villa. As incensed as Jack Grealish is about the decision, he heads straight over towards the referee down in England, goes straight in towards his grill. Grealish, of course, is playing against his boyhood club. Side where he had great success and came to initial preeminence. 185 appearances for Aston Villa, 29 goals in a 9-year period between 2012 and 2021. Made his Premier League debut against Manchester City as an Aston Villa player. As an 88th-minute substitute for Ryan Bertrand in a 4-0 defeat in 2014, as he also finds himself in the book for his protestations against that particular decision. Well, just having a look at that Manchester City bench, it's a sort of five-a-side that you would dare not want to see. Stones, Kovacic, De Bruyne, Haaland, Nunes. I don't think you want to be coming up against that. 32 minutes gone, Manchester City 1, Aston Villa 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. City having taken the lead courtesy of Rodri striking the 11th minute, pulled back courtesy of a 20th minute equaliser for John Duran for Aston Villa. This is Manuel Akanji for City, laid along the line towards Ruben Diaz. 5 yards inside the Aston Villa half in the centre, goes out towards Gavardio, laid back in towards the possession of Stefan Ortega between the sticks of Manchester City. Villa happy just to let him have possession, and then they will press as the ball goes in towards the path of Gavardio. Back to Ortega once more, shifted again out towards the left-hand side where Bernardo Silva tracks back in towards his own half. Rico Lewis turns back to goal, 10 yards from the edge of the Villa half, and now lays it out in towards the possession of Akanji, who drives forward, and just beyond the halfway he moves out towards Rico Lewis, who's being kept honest by Douglas Luiz. Now Ruben Diaz chips it up right-footed out towards Grealish. He'll bring it down first time on his right foot, left foot, set himself on his right, lays it back to a Silva in the area, chips it across, looking to find Julian Alvarez, who connects more with a head of Clement Longley than he does the ball. It comes back out though for Manchester City and for Rodri, 25, 30 yards out. Lewis towards Bernardo Silva. Lewis again. Grealish turns back to go edge of the box into the path of Rodri in the area. Rodri, he's got options alongside. Lays it back towards Lewis on the edge of the box, but it's snuffed out by John Duran. It's going to head out for a Manchester City throw-in, adjacent towards the 12-yard penalty spot. Well, it's been pushed back now towards the edge of the penalty area itself. Plays short towards Alvarez on the left-hand side, towards that corner flag on that flank. Rodri lays it back towards Akanji, 30 yards out in the centre, has got space, but now being put under pressure, being forced out wide, doing the defensive job in the end was John Duran, who now looks to begin the Villa attack on the left-hand side. 5 yards inside the City half, towards the path of Rodgers. Duran again, towards the halfway, towards the path of Nucadinha. Now Clement Longley for Aston Villa goes back in towards the possession of Robin Olsen, being put under pressure by Bernardo Silva, and it comes out towards Longley again.
The Odegaard just a little bit late, just clipping Carlton Morris. Again, this is where we can't afford to be sloppy, because Luton are very, very good, say we said before, at their set pieces. With the aerial threat of Carlton Morris, obviously Alfie Doughty will be the one who takes it with his left foot. I think him, along with James Ward-Prowse, who create the most chances from dead ball situations in the Premier League this season. So you've got to make sure, obviously, Carlton Morris is just pulling onto this far post. But Gabriel gets nice and tight like he did at the weekend with Erling Haaland.
Yeah, Doughty's going to take it. We've had an hour at the Emirates Stadium. Doughty standing over the ball. 30 yards out. Centre left, really. Not really shooting range, but Doughty's going to clip this one inside the area. Good deliverer of the ball, as Perry has explained here. Morris far post, Townsend waits, Mengi's up from the back, Hashioka as well. Clark and Chong on the left. Clip towards the back post of Morris. It's good defensive work from Gabriel. It'll spin out for Townsend on the right-hand side. Townsend against Ben White, looks to get the cross in. It's deflected, blocked, and comes back out to Caborde, who goes all the way back to Kaminski.
He needed Gabriel to rise at the far post, exactly what he did. So he made sure that he stayed man-to-man with Carlton Morris.
Yeah, not quite 3-2-1 vintage, but you're getting there. Here it's Hashioka. now it's with...
You have to explain
a bit more subtle, I think, that one. Here's Barkley.
That was more 90s, I think, wasn't it?
90s rather than early 80s. Hashioka, unfortunately, myself and Perry are both old enough to remember all of it. Here is Barkley. Now it's with Townsend. Bit of a spell here for Luton. We've kept it to 2. Clark breaking free. Looking here for Onyedinma, gets a low ball in, but it's straight at right. I think that was an attempted cross, and he wanted to sort of curl that towards the edge of the 6-yard box, rather than straight at the keeper.
Yeah, just a little bit of lacking quality. Just a little link-up play with Ross Barkley, Jordan Clark. So Onyedinma just needs to bend it with the inset with his right foot along the 6-yard box, go straight through to David Raya. And I have to say, my admiration for Luton gets bigger and bigger. So I was a big fan of theirs when they got promotion. We said about Rob Edwards playing in a certain way because he knew this group of players. That's the way they had to play. You know, they had to mix it up. They go long and they can still play as well. That's why they've got Ross Barkley down as Townsend. But they give you everything. Easily they could have dropped their heads going 2-0 down just before half-time, but they haven't. They've come out, they've kept their team shape. You know, they've got big hearts in this Luton Town side and a lot of character.
Yeah, bring a breath of fresh air in many ways in the Premier League. Great to go back to Kenilworth Road. Haven't been there for a long, long time. And
you love a post, do you, in the media?
Well, on one side, I went to the old-fashioned side, and the other side, the new side, which I didn't go to.
Is it the bobber stand?
That's nice. They've done that nice for the vast majority of radio TV. But now I was ushered back to the old side. Here is Trossard, left-hand side. Yeah, it is very old-fashioned. Then I'm sure if that. Well, I mean, they want a new ground, don't they? I mean, that's what they're hoping to do in the not too distant future.
Really well. When you think, you know, said before, they're dropping back into the National League and had that 30-point deduction, didn't they? Got them relegated, but they've got a board of directors and owners now who actually care about the club and they care about the community. It's a club that's together. And I had a little just wander over last time I was at Kenilworth Road, I hoped that they hadn't done anything to the away team dressing room, and they haven't. Basically, it looks like you're getting changed in could be a small cloakroom, and they've got that big concrete block, haven't they?
Brilliant. Here is John coming forward, left-hand side, gets a good-looking ball in towards Townsend, but it's well watched by Zinchenko. They're having a little bit of a spell.
Yes, I think you say we've just eased off a little bit. We think the game's done and dusted at 2-0. You know, Luton get a goal, then obviously it gets a little bit nervous at the Emirates. We've got to make sure concentration levels are good, which was good from Zinchenko following in Anders Townsend run all the way in.
Penalty for Onyedinma. Hashioka will play it back. It's cleared away by Arsenal. The ball bounce out to this near side. There is a bit of energy and zip once again.
Yeah, I think we need some changes. I think it needs a bit of impetus. It needs to freshen up a little bit.
Rice stripped and ready to come on. Who else are we going to see potentially? Any catcher maybe here for the Gunners. Changes afoot for Arsenal pretty soon, it would appear. Just lost a little bit of dynamism, maybe. Hashioka for Luton. To the left-hand side. Then Kabore. Kabore will play for Doherty. Doherty on the halfway line, being stood and harried by Ben White. Has to go all the way back to Kaminski once again. Former Blackburn keeper punts it long left flank. Chong's on the move, but it's easy for Saliba to guide back for David Raya. David Raya inside his own penalty area. Morris and Barkley both trying to close him down. It's a press of sorts. Gabriel back towards Raya. Morris will chase it down again, but all the shuttle runs take a bit of energy out of you. Here is Trossard. And then Nelson towards Ben White. White over the halfway line. Space to move into. Nelson calling for it further right. It's still Ben White. Now it's with Havertz. White's continued his run. Havertz brought down. What's the referee going to give here? Is he going to give Havertz a yellow for diving?
Well, to be fair to Craig Pawson, he was right on the spot. It was good build-up play from us, actually, from David Raya. Just pinging it into Leandro Trossard.
There's no contact, is this? Havertz goes down. Here come the changes. Kai Havertz coming off. His last act is to get booked. And Eddie Nketiah's going to come on. And we're going to see Declan Rice as well. Now, I wonder if this is going to be for Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey here is. I think first half Thomas Partey was pretty good. He's dipped a little bit. Obviously, he's not had too many minutes in the legs. Perry, how do you think Thomas Partey's done?
Yeah, like I said, there was a couple of instances in the first half where he picks the ball up when he's that pivot, you know, the holding midfield row, and he just pings it into Kai Havertz or pings it into Odegaard. So he'll be absolutely delighted. He's got 65 minutes under his belt. So Declan Rice, obviously,
the Springer Spaniel will bounce around in the middle of the park, sniffing out danger. And Eddie Nketiah, it's a great time for a centre-forward to come on with 25 minutes to go, when you know, obviously, that the game is going to get a little bit stretched. Luton start to get a little bit more heavy-legged. Concentration levels will drop.
Kaminsky goes long. Morris backs in. Aston will clear. Hashioka's touched, and it's with Clark, who's just playing a little more central, is he now, with Chong on that left-hand side. Then a long ball forward for Morris to chase down. Chested back by Saliba.
Yeah, good communication from Saliba and David Raya. There's a good trust now with that little triumphant there with David Raya, Saliba and Gabriel earlier on in the season, obviously, because the two centre-halves used to play with Aaron Ramsdale. They had that trust. Took a little while to get it, you know, sorted out. There's a few nervy moments.
Here is Ødegaard. Pushes it forward towards Eddie Nketiah on the right-hand side, but Kabore is there, and the flag is up anyway. That's going to be a free kick loop.
Yeah, good play from Kabore, actually, just making sure, just track the run of Eddie Nketiah. So now we've got that threat in behind. So David Raya now has that option. So when they're going man for man, Eddie Nketiah can come and spin and see if it can just work the channels. See if we can stretch Luton the other way, and then you get those little gaps for Ødegaard and Smith-Rowe to pop into.
Free kick Kaminsky will take. Arsenal lead Luton by 2-0. We've got the final quarter of this Wednesday night fixture to come. Arsenal still pretty comfortable. Got that 2-goal cushion, but Luton are battling. Here is Townsend, tries to flick it towards Onyedinma, just behind the former Millwall junior, but he manages to recover and come forward on the right flank, up against Trossard, and he's played in by Clark, cleared away by Gabriel. Here is Kaminsky once again. Luton build from the back once more. Mengi for Barkley, turns away from Ødegaard. Barkley not once but twice against the Norwegian, but doesn't really make too much progress. We'll have another go here potentially. Might have to decant elsewhere. Here is Mengi. Now it's with Clark. Central position now towards Townsend right-hand side, and again Luton keeping Arsenal honest. Here is Onyedinma. Now it's with Clark once again. Infield for Morris, back to goal. Short for Hashioka. Just a spell of possession. Chong to turn, looks to play it inside the fullback for Doty. It's good movement here, and it comes towards Morris. It's overhit. Zinchenko just chests it back for Raya, but that was good build-up play from Luton.
Yeah, exactly. Said the best possession of this second half. Alfie Doughty just trying to get himself in on that left-hand side. Gets his cross in, maybe again picks an option, just maybe could be cutting it back to the edge of the 18-yard box. Zinchenko did really well, and really cool play from Zinchenko, just chested it back to David Raya. But that's what I said about Luton, that they are good on the ball, they are good going forward, they're good technical players. And if you sit off like we have done, then they've got that quality in the final third to be able to punish her. I'd just like to just step it up now, just go up through the gears this last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it'd be good to see them stay in the league, but still got to play Manchester City away. Some winnable games at home. Bournemouth, Brentford, Everton, perhaps. Arsenal, of course, have still got to go to Tottenham. Still got to go to Manchester United. Villa at home, of course. Brighton away at the weekend. It's not the most straightforward running for the Gunners. Liverpool have probably got slightly easier running. Do you see it that way?
Well, I must admit, just, you know, I don't want to go too early. Obviously, we've got another 20 minutes going in this game, but there isn't any games that we're going into now that fill me with any fear or trepidation. The way that this team is set up now, the belief that this team has. And what happens is, when you on that winning run, obviously, hopefully if we win this one, it'll be 9 out of 10. Obviously, the draw against Man City. Then you can't wait for the next game to come. And we've proved, obviously, with what we've done against Man City, that we can go anywhere and get a result.
Chong, good ball towards Onyedinma if he can keep it in play, and he can. Right-hand side, time to measure the cross, maybe Onyedinma, low ball in, hits Gabriel, and the ball bounces out, and it will be a throw, but that was a threat.
Yeah, we said, didn't we, down this right-hand side, obviously Onyedinma, good link-up play with Andros Townsend, but Gabriel did really well, just made sure, again, he tracked the run-up, just made sure that
he stayed nice and big at the near post so the ball couldn't come into the box.
Barkley to come forward for Luton. Now it's with Jordan Clark. Barkley, Clark once more. Townsend calling for it. Onyedinma plays it back. Barkley keeps it in play, but only just. Does though. Back with Ashoka. Here is Jordan Clark. 18 minutes remaining at the Emirates. Clark comes forward, tries to find Morris, but Aston win it back.
There's Declan Rice again, just getting that interception. Just reads the game really well.
Nelson's on the move on the right-hand side, but that's good defensive play from Kabore back towards Kaminski.
Yeah, there's been a few times on Sunday as well with Martin Odegaard. Obviously, he's got a brilliant goal, which was a clean strike, but there's a few times where he's been in possession. His final pass hasn't been of the quality that we've been used to seeing him all this season.
Onyedinma again for Luton on the right-hand side, away from Zinchenko, still going here. There's no one inside the penalty area. Best he can win is a corner, which he does. Thought that ricocheted back off the Luton player, but he doesn't.
Yeah, there's been a nice little battle down this, our left-hand side, their right-hand side, Onyedinma and Leandro Trossard. Said it's the last sort of 5-7 minutes. Onyedinma's been the one who's been getting a little bit further forward. So again, now it's about, the last thing you want to do now is give Luton a leg up. The last thing you want to do is make it a nervy last 15 minutes, and we know the quality that Alfie Doughty has from corners. Obviously, he'll be in swinging with his left foot.
Luton with plenty forwards. Doughty will spin it in. It's cleared by Ben White, and Nelson is fouled. Surely play continues for now. That's going to be a free kick, and it's going to be a yellow card here as well to Onyedinma.
It's good play from Reece Nelson. Just made sure he got his ball in between Onyedinma and his body in between Onyedinma and the ball. Good defensive header from the near post from Gabriel.
Changes for the Gunners. Zinchenko coming off. That's interesting. Tomiyasu coming on to play left back as he did later on against Manchester City. And we're also going to see the end of Reece Nelson as well, who won't get the goal, unfortunately. Will go down as an own goal. And it's going to be Martinelli who's going to come on. He might not be 100% fit at the moment. So that's the change, or those are the changes, just to freshen things up a little bit. A word on Zinchenko and on Nelson. How have they done for you?
They've just done okay. You know, I wouldn't say they've set the world alight, either of them. You know, Zinchenko likes coming in, doesn't he, and getting involved in midfield. So Reece Nelson has put in a shift. But I think, obviously, he'll be disappointed that he doesn't get the second goal, which would go down as an own goal for Ashoka. There's a couple of times, I think, when Reece had the ball, he could have done a little bit better in 1v1 situations.
Yeah, I think in many ways Smith Rowe's been the sort of standout of those who have come back in. Partey as well, maybe. Smith Rowe is still on the pitch, of course. Change for Luton here. Onyedinma coming off. And Cody Woodrow is coming on. Looks like Woodrow's going to play over on the left-hand side. Chilwell's going to go further back, is he? Let's see. So changes made by both coaches. 15 minutes remaining here as Arsenal restart. The ball is played long to the right-hand side, and it's taken down here by Ben White. Doty's in the way. That's going to be a corner, Arsenal.
Yeah, just a little couple of mistakes there from Alfie Doughty. First one, he should be getting his header, just skims off the top of his head. Obviously, he's not very happy that it's gone.
It's a goal kick. I don't understand that. I thought that came off a Luton player.
Well, Alfie Doughty obviously thinks it's come off of Ben White. So it's just he's 100% right.
Yeah, he is.
Ben White just missed the ball completely. Come off his hand. We said there, what happened is Luton have now go two up front. Corley Woodrow and Carlton Morris. Obviously, from Rob Edwards' point of view, it's like a poker player where you go all in. He's got to be prepared just to gamble a little bit, take a few chances.
Morris just got whacked to that. It's going to be a free kick to Luton. Just got one in the face, didn't he? He has worked hard. Put himself about throughout.
As you said there, these are the games that he knows that he's going to be feeding off scraps, basically.
Yeah.
You know, but his efforts, you said, he's had a good battle with with Gabriel. You know, he's won a few headers, a few little flick-ons. Hasn't had any, chances for Note to latch onto. But he'll keep going, just hoping, that one drops to him.
Chong. Clark just inside Luton territory, diagonal, hoping to try and get Kabore, and who's come back over to this right-hand side, which we sort of recognise him as more of a right-back, don't we? Here is Saliba does well. Ben White back towards David Raya. Gets plenty of air on the clearance towards Eddie Nketiah. Semengi, though, that times the jump a little better. Martinelli makes Doherty's life difficult, and he's played back here towards Kaminski, who nods it back towards the wing-back, and he plays it infield for Mengi. Bit of panic there. Martinelli's playing on the right-hand side with Trossard left. And then, again, it's Kabore to race forward on the right, but Tomiyasu on. He's quick to cover. Plays it back to Raya. What's your take on Arsenal left-back for the remainder of the season? Does Kivior come straight back in away at Brighton? Does Tomiyasu play there? Does Zinchenko play?
No, for me, it'd be Kivior. I think he's been very, very, considering he's a centre-half.
Yeah.
He's been very, very steady in that left-back. He obviously doesn't give you the Zinchenko, going into like the inverted midfield area, but he gives you better defensive qualities. He's very, very quick, obviously very physical. So I just think he's better defensively than what Zinchenko is, and he's okay on the ball. He doesn't try and do anything too difficult. Doesn't give the ball away. I thought he was very, very impressive on Sunday, obviously until Doku come on, and then that's why Tomiyasu came on, because he's probably a little bit quicker, over 10 yards.
Manchester City lead against Fulham, incidentally, it's half-time at the Etihad. David Raya punts it long. We've got 12 minutes remaining here. Long for Nketiah to try and divert to Martinelli. Battles away with Chong. Chong does well against the Brazilian. Comes up with possession. Tries to flick it infield for Corey Woodrow. Aston win it back though. Now it's with Nketiah, and he's got space on the right-hand side to try and find Martinelli running towards the byline. We've got 4 Arsenal players inside the penalty area. Martinelli turns back. Ben White in support if required. Likewise Declan Rice. But Luton win it back. They do well. Doherty in particular. And now it's Ross Barkley to come forward once more. He's got Woodrow over on the left-hand side. Townsend right with Morris. Morris's touch is good. And also Kabore racing free on the right flank as well. It's still Morris. Plays it straight into Trossard, who gets a good block. And suddenly the Belgian is coming forward. And Nketiah might be away. Mengi is back goal side for now. Eddie Nketiah against Hashioka inside the penalty area. Still coming. Needs a bit of help. He's got it with Trossard. Trossard with a touch. And a tee-up maybe for Tomiyasu to curl one. Just wide of the target. Well, that would have been a collector's item. It would have been a great goal.
Yeah, really good play initially from Leandro Trossard, just making sure he gets the interception. Eddie Nketiah gives that threat in behind. Trossard just feeding Eddie Nketiah. Then he looked up and Eddie Nketiah thought, actually, no, I'm the centre forward, so there's no one in the box. Odegaard was trying to get there. Then make sure that he comes back onto Trossard. He said they're into Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu just trying to get it out of his feet and whip his right foot around it to bend it inside Kaminski's bottom left-hand post. Couldn't quite get enough whip. But this is what's going to happen. Obviously, Luton will commit more men forward because, be fair to them, they're still trying to go and get the goal, just to make it a bit nervy this last 10 minutes.
Just the one goal for Tomiyasu in Arsenal colours against Sheffield United earlier this season in the 5-0 home win here. But yeah, it's not about damage limitation for Luton, it's about still trying to get something from the game, and all credit to Rob Edwards for that. Further alteration then here. Luke Berry is about to come on. Andros Townsend, who's getting 1 or 2 boos for his Spurs connections, is coming on. I think he's played pretty well, to be fair, Townsend.
Well, as I said about, analogy, bears in woods, and Andros Townsend gets the ball in wide areas and he crosses the ball. That's what he does, and his attitude is exemplary because he's worked his socks off for Luton tonight as well. So he's been a brilliant addition on a free transfer. He didn't have a club, did he, begin the season?
No. Bad injury, didn't he, last season?
Was he? I think he was at Burnley, wasn't he? He thought he was going to get a contract at Burnley, and then they agreed it, and as he was driving home, they changed their mind.
Yes, I did read that. Burnley or
Oh, I just made that up.
No, I think I did read that. Luke Berry's come on, he's been with Luton for quite some time. Here's Odegaard still prepared tried to scamper over on that right-hand side in the 82nd minute. Ben White joining in, and Nketiah inside the penalty area. Can he try and turn? Not quite. Gets away from him. Unlucky.
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration there from Eddie Nketiah. Good link-up play down the right-hand side. Just got stuck underneath his feet.
Kaminski gets ready to take the goal kick. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining. But Arsenal haven't been as incisive in this second period. Luton have been a little better, but it's not as if David Reyes had to make significant saves, even though Luton have had the ball in advanced areas and have pushed Arsenal to a certain extent. The Gunners have still had a fair amount of control in this fixture.
Yeah, I think he's only had one save to make, wasn't it? The free kick from Ross Barkley in the first half. At the end of the first half. I mean, I know I might be a bit picky, but I've been a little bit disappointed in our urgency in this second half.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because I'd say it's going to be very, very tight at the end of the season. It's difficult, we mentioned earlier, with players coming in, you ain't going to get the rhythm. And obviously when you're playing as well, you get the feeling that you're fairly comfortable, that the game's done and dusted. It's can you like, drive yourself on and push yourself on? And subconsciously you might be thinking, well, I want to save my energy, maybe my legs, for the games we've got coming up. But I still would like to maybe, even this 7 minutes to go, we've added on time, so you're probably looking at an extra 5 on that, 12 minutes if you could just nick another goal.
Here is Ødegaard, forwards to the right-hand side of Martinelli. Tries to slip it in field, but slips on contact. The challenge came in, and then Martinelli followed through, and that's going to be a free kick here to Luton. Is it Doherty that went down? Yeah, expected goals metrics tonight. Arsenal 0.8 and Luton 0.1. 12 shots for Arsenal, just 3 on target. 2 shots for Luton, 1 on target. As Perry mentioned, that easy save for David Raya from Ross Barkley.
But you wouldn't say as well, to be fair, in the Luton goal, Kaminski hasn't been overworked.
No.
It's not as if he's been an octopus, is it, where he's been flicking balls over the crossbar. He had the one really good save low down to left-hand side in the first half, didn't he, from Emil Smith-Rowe? Or maybe he should have done a little bit better. But we haven't really worked him.
Yeah, very true. This is Morris to flick it forwards towards Berry, cleared away. Arsenal have it with Nketiah. That's going to be a free kick.
That is my bugbear, because Hashioka has got Eddie Nketiah running back towards his own goal, facing him. Just stay a yard off. You don't need to make the challenge, because then Nketiah's thinking, I've got nowhere to go here. I want you to touch me, then I'm going to go down.
Further change for Arsenal here. Smith-Rowe coming off and Jorginho coming on. Well, he has been a good news story tonight. He's had a hand in both the goals. He won't get an assist for the own goal because you don't. But he had a hand in the first goal as well. I thought he's been really good. Certainly, first 45, he was one of the best.
Yeah, when he's coming, you want to make your mark. Involved in the first goal where he closes down on Panzu and just gets the ball to Havertz, who rolls it to Ødegaard, finishes brilliantly. Then he's released by Trossard, gets to the byline. Can he pick the right pass? Nutmegs Mengi. So really, Reece Nelson should be scoring, but he actually gets stuck under his feet and goes off of Hashioka. So, yeah, out of the players that have come in and you want to put a marker down, you'd say that Emil Smith-Rowe was definitely the one who's done that. And all it means, sorry, Dan, all it means is, in games now, where it's going to be tight, which you're going to have tight games towards the end of the games and the end of the season, in Mikel Arteta's mind, when he's thinking, who am I going to put on? Who am I going to put on to make a difference and create a chance? That would be Emil Smith-Rowe.
No, he's certainly laid claims to have a bit more game time in the Premier League from here on in. Kaminski's got the ball in his hands at the moment for Luton. Arsenal lead by 2 goals to 0. And the Gunners are 5 minutes plus added on time to returning to the top of the Premier League. It might only be for 24 hours. You never know. There is Hashioka.
Well, this is going to happen a lot now, isn't it? Like, you've got to make sure that you put Liverpool under pressure.
Clark After a good challenge from Woodrow, wins it back for Luton, and Chong's on the outside of the midfielder. Here is Chong. Clark goes again on the left-hand side. Chong plays it back in the field. Now it's with Barkley. Barkley's touch towards Woodrow once again. Very wants it on the right-hand side. Barkley still has it, plays it to the left flank. Here is Clark, who's been busy, impressed with him in this second period. Now it's with Dodgy, racing towards the byline. Looks to pull it back here. It's a ball that will come to Hashioka, who belts it towards goal. Good block from Gabriel, and the Japanese will curl it back in here, and Morris won't get there, and he should be cleared away, and the referee has intervened, and it will be an Arsenal free kick, but that was dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Said Luton, just playing with that endeavour. Really good play down the left-hand side with Ross Barkley and Jordan Clark. Alfie Doherty getting himself in behind. Ben White, just a little bit too much of a soft challenge from Ben White, just trying to dink it up to the far post. And I'm just looking at Carlton Morris there. Carlton Morris, again, he should be the one who stays out of the far post. He goes near post, and then it's a really good block from Gabriel from Hashioka's shot.
Every time I've seen Alfie Doherty play on the telly or at Kenilworth Road, his delivery's been absolutely brilliant. Tonight's deserted him. He's made some really good runs, but the crosses have been a bit wayward, which is very unlike him. Here he is back in defensive mode to flick it for Kaminski, but I'm glad that it has been a little off. Arsenal have it. Nketiah, edge of the penalty area, looking to curl one, and the save from Kaminski is a bit awkward. I'm not quite sure it was going in, but it's a corner nonetheless.
Good play from Jorginho, just making sure, just nipping in front, just toe poking it to Eddie Nketiah, just getting onto his right foot. Just tried to give Kaminski the eyes and just whip it back to the near post. They didn't really catch hold of it. Kaminski not really sure where it's going to just sneak in his near post. He had to be short. So now we've got to make sure that obviously the chief corner taker now is back on.
Absolutely. Declan Rice on corner taking duty. We've had a lot of short corners in this game so far. I suspect this might be a little bit more orthodox.
Yeah, you see Ben White, the nuisance value again in front of Kaminski, stopping him from coming to claim the ball.
That's what we've seen all season. Curled in and flicked away. Good defensive header from Morris, I think it was, wasn't it? Underneath his own crossbar. Arsenal have it with Martinelli, and now it's with Tomiyasu, and eventually it's gone to Jorginho. And Tomiyasu once again flicks it forward here for Ødegaard coming forward. Arsenal pressing, but then lose possession.
Again, that's Martin Ødegaard. Very unlike him when he's getting in those sort of inside forward areas, like picking out the pass.
Nearly into the 90th minute here at Emirates on this Wednesday night. Not the final midweek game of the season in the Premier League, of course. The Chelsea game rearranged after their involvement in the FA Cup quarter-final the other weekend. That's coming up April the 23rd. Here is Kabore to curl in, and it's towards, was it Berry on this near side? He tried to glance towards goal, but Luke Berry unable to get the angle on the header, really. Needed to take a lot more off that one. Difficult.
Got to say, I think Gabriel has been absolutely outstanding. He was top quality. His battle, obviously, with Erling Haaland on Sunday, and his positional play today has been absolutely exemplary, because that's probably about the 5th time where the ball's been whipped into the near post, and he's made sure that you mark areas sometimes and it doesn't get past you at the near post. It's exactly what he's done.
Well, it's always a different challenge, isn't it, up against the likes of Morris, who's a physical player, different to Haaland, hasn't really got the pace, but Gabriel will know that he's been in a battle tonight. And I guess Mikel Arteta has thought, look, I still need Saliba and Gabriel for this game, and indeed Ben White as well. Rotated elsewhere, but not necessarily at the back, only the left-back position was altered. 4 minutes of added on time.
4 minutes added time. 4 minutes.
Tomiyasu will take a throw.
It'd be nice if we just nick a goal, just to put the cherry on the icing on the cake.
Yeah, 3 always sounds better, doesn't it? It's a significant win. Tomiyasu belts it forward for Nketiah up against Hashioka. Ball goes out of play for a Luton throw. Looks like Brighton are going to draw with Brentford. They're in the final throws of that particular fixture as well. Trip to Brighton next for the Gunners. Roberto De Zerbi has obviously been touted around as a potential replacement for Jurgen Klopp. Not quite sure that's going to happen. but good coach nonetheless.
Well, that would be a different challenge, because I said about, not every game can be basketball. That's normally what you get from Brighton. You never know what system they're going to play, whether they play three at the back, play flat back four. You never know where their players are going to play. Adingra's in really good form at the minute, probably played on the right-hand side.
Dipped a little bit this season with their European involvement, though, Perry?
Yeah, I think he got it wrong. Roma away, wasn't it, when they got beat 4? And he played the back three, and he went when they were 3-0 down very, very quickly, and he should have played like a flat back four, and they were all right.
Yeah, disappointing way to go out of Europe. Roma, of course, through to the quarter-finals of the Europa League. As Liverpool are, they take on Atalanta, but it's a different type of pressure. Champions League, very different. And Arsenal's side of the draw with Bayern, then potentially Real Madrid or Manchester City. European Cup winners all is not going to be easy if Arsenal are going to get the ultimate continental prize this season. Raya clear.
See, if it was the other way, like looking at the other way, if you're Real Madrid and you're sitting at the draw and you're thinking, what draw wouldn't you want to have? Oh. And it would be that. Exactly, it would be, right, so we've got to play Man City first, and we've got to play Arsenal, who are in fantastic form.
Still rather be on the other side of the draw. Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona, suggested gettable. Dortmund, certainly. Here is Trossard, got a bit of a whack from Kabore. Ball goes out for a Luton throw. We've got 90 seconds remaining here. Here is Morris, lays it off. Laid in field by Clark. Trossard back up on his feet, shoved back on by Mikel Arteta.
I don't think Trossard was very happy with that, to be fair.
Here is Kabore, right-hand side. Looks to whip in a cross, cleared away by Gabriel again in spectacular fashion. Bounces through towards Kabore again. It pinballs around on this right-hand side. Now it's with Hashioka again. Well, they really have competed in this second half. Barkley, now Clark.
Rob Edwards will be really, really proud of his side, because they have they've kept us honest. They've kept us defensively. We've had to be high levels of concentration. They haven't relented. I thought that they might, just legs might go, in the last 20-25 minutes, which they haven't.
Barkley to kill towards Chong, cleared away by White towards Doughty. Chong has it again. Morris waits inside the penalty area. Doughty outside Chong. Chong thinks about digging out the cross. Doughty probably will. It's high inside the area, and it's Kabore who's blocked off by Trossard. Kabore claiming a free kick, not given. Curled back in by Hashioka towards Morris and Woodrow, was it? Or Berry that went for it? Or Barkley, in fact, wasn't it? The ball goes out.
Yeah, to be fair, it was really good play from Leandro Trossard. He just made sure that he held his ground. Kabore ends up running into him.
We've had the 4 minutes of added on time. I suspect that when this ball goes in the air from David Raya, that might be it for the 90. That is full time here at the Emirates Stadium. It's been a professional display from the Gunners. The hard work done in the opening 45 minutes. Goals from first Ødegaard and then an own goal from Hashioka. The second half was more competitive, but Arsenal always kept Luton at arm's length. And in truth, Perry, although Luton impressed with their work rate, they didn't really have the quality to hurt Arsenal.
For the laces of his left foot, comes off pretty much the face of Robin Olsen, and out of play it goes. 3.5 minutes of the second half gone. Manchester City with a corner on the left-hand side. It's going to be swung in on the right foot of Julian Alvarez for Manchester City. Corner goes in towards the near post. Flicked away by Zaniolo. It's picked up on the edge of the air by Diaby, who turns his back to goal. Now drives down this right-hand touchline, deep inside the Manchester City half. He's got Dino alongside. Grealish keeping chase. Diaby stops the edge of the penalty area, crosses it towards the penalty spot, in towards the path of Douglas Luiz, but cleared away by Manchester City, who now move forward with Julian Alvarez on the halfway, who's got Bunham up against him. Alvarez goes to ground. Manchester City win themselves a free kick. 4 minutes of this second half gone. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1. Arsenal getting the better of Luton Town by 2-0 at the Emirates. Emile Smith-Rowe impressing as the Hatters of Luton find themselves further embroiled into trouble at the bottom end of the Premier League table. Odegaard and Hashioko with the goals in the first half. The second one, of course, an own goal. Arsenal 2-0 winners against Luton Town. Brighton and Brentford shared a 2-2 draw. So that means, as far as the table is concerned, Liverpool 68 points, Arsenal 67, Manchester City 67. But remember, Liverpool plays Sheffield United tomorrow. Doku, right hand side, edge of the air, got Digne and Zaniolo both in front of him. Plays it back towards Diaz, who in turn found Rodri. Now a Kanji for Manchester City, out towards Doku on that right flank again. Gets the better of Digne, who looked to get a nibble and got a little bit of a touch, but it falls back in towards Doku's path, who gave Zaniolo the eye. This is Foden, back heels in towards the path of Rodri. Now Doku again with Digne and Zaniolo close by. Rodri steps inside, chips the ball across from right to left, and now Grealish, edge of the penalty area for Manchester City. He's got Silva alongside, plays it towards the middle and towards Rico Lewis, who has to turn close to the edge of the D. Foden out towards Akanji. Foden again steps infield. Everybody back. There's 6 players hogging that last defensive line for Aston Villa. Jeremy Doku towards the edge of the penalty area on that right hand side. Zaniolo comes in to try and chase, but Doku regathers possession, retains possession. Foden then plays it towards Akanji. Diaz towards Rodri. Diaz out towards Foden on the right hand side, driving towards the edge of the penalty area. He steps in field up against Digne towards Lewis, who looks to backheel it back to goal. Inside the penalty area it goes. Rodri goes to ground. Manchester City with a half appeal for a penalty, waved away and then cleared away by Aston Villa and by Clement Longley towards the half. One back by Ruben Diaz, but Manchester City will win themselves a free kick after a bit of fisticuffs. We're having a look at the challenge on the edge of the area, but the challenge to one City a free kick was just Duran going a bit too high on Manuel Akanji, grasping his right hand onto the neck of the Swiss defender. Manchester City winning a free kick on the halfway, but instantaneously given back to Aston Villa. John Duran on the halfway out on the left hand side. Foden manages to mop up, clear the ball out for a Villa throw-in on the halfway out on the left hand side. 52 minutes gone here at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1 the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Reminder that we'll have Liverpool against Sheffield United and Chelsea against Manchester United live for you tomorrow evening from the Premier League, as Aston Villa give away another foul. Reminder what we saw last night in the Premier League as well, because it's been a bumper round of midweek fixtures. Newcastle, Everton shared a 1-1 draw. Nottingham Forest got the better of Fulham by 3-1. Bournemouth beat Crystal Palace by a solitary 0-0. Burnley and Wolves shared a 1-1 draw. Whilst it also finished West Ham United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1. This is Grealish for Manchester City on the left-hand side, 25 yards out from goal. Gets the better of Comsa, steps inside, turning with his back to goal was Foden around 20 yards out. Lewis out towards Doku in space, inside the air, up against Digne, steps inside, has an effort on goal, curls it around on his left foot, but it is straight down the throat of Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. It's probably the most comfortable catch the Villa keeper's going to have this evening. Well, he didn't see any other option on, did Jeremy Doku, which is why he went directly for goal. City move forward again. Alvarez stretching beyond the halfway, goes out towards Grealish left-hand side. 5 yards inside the Aston Villa half, and with Morgan Rogers up against him, spaces open up for him, but it's one back by Zaniolo. Doku though makes chase because it wasn't the cleanest of giveaways. It's going to go out of play for an Aston Villa thrown on the left-hand side as they move forward towards the edge of their penalty area. In terms of match stats, Manchester City with 12 attempts on goal compared to the 4 of Aston Villa. 7 of those attempts for City have been on target, whilst the only attempt on goal on target for Aston Villa was John Duran's equaliser in the 20th minute. Still a perplexed look on the face of the Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola, arms folded, but he may be a bit happier here because Grealish finds himself in a promising position. Out to Doku, right hand side edge of the box, skips past Digne, looks to get the cross in, goes back towards Rico Lewis, but stepping out Here's Douglas Luiz to clear the ball away. And now the ball's threaded through to him from Zaniolo, and the spaces have opened up. Diaby and Duran both making the run. Out towards Duran in space. Just Gvardiol to beat. Diaby lays it across. In towards the path of Douglas Luiz, who has a first-time effort on his right foot. Tipped over the bar by Stefan Ortega in the Manchester City goal. It's going to be an Aston Villa corner on the left-hand side. 9.5 minutes of this second half gone. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1. Well, it's Duran who did all the work, laid out towards Diaby. Then threaded across towards Douglas Luiz, who had a first-time effort on his right foot. Parried over the bar by Stefan Ortega. 10 minutes gone on this second half. City lead 2-1. Luiz with the corner on the left-hand side. He's going to swing it in on his right foot. Everybody attached to the near post. And this is exactly where it goes. It's flicked on by Clement Longley and tipped away superbly by Stefan Ortega. And City then managed to clear their line second time. Incredible goalkeeping by Stefan Ortega. Grealish goes to ground and wins City a free kick, but that's two vital stops by the Manchester City keeper. The first a flick on by Longley from the corner, and then prior to that the opportunity by Douglas Luiz on the counter-attack. But now City look to press home a third. Fewest set-piece goals conceded this season belong to Manchester City. They've conceded just twice from corners or free kicks this campaign. The closest to them is Arsenal, who've conceded just 5 this term. At the other end of Kanji towards Alvarez. Doku right hand side towards the edge of the box, slips in Alvarez by the dead ball line inside the area, goes back towards Doku, steps infield inside the area, gets a better with Zaniolo, goes back towards Rodri, 25 yards out in the centre, skips past Rodgers. There's 2 up against him, lays it out towards Alvarez. Lewis inside the box, back towards Doku, steps in field, Foden nearby, but then lays it out towards the left, and Grealish inside the area, steps inside, has a curled effort on his right foot, comes off of Ezri Konsa, comes back towards Doku, falls for Grealish again on the left hand side, towards the edge of the penalty area, inside the box. They're going to thread it through towards the path of either Silva, Gvardiol. Silva does win it back, but not before committing a foul in the build-up, and it's going to be an Aston Villa free kick, and they can just evade the pressure for now. 57 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Mind, not just the Premier League that we're following with you until the end of the season. We're going to be following the thrilling race for promotion across the EFL, and in particular the Championship, where Leicester got a big 3 points against Norwich on Monday, 3-1. Their winners there. Then a real big game, Ipswich beating Southampton by 3-2 at Portman Road before Leeds beat Hull by 3-1 at Elland Road. It means that Ipswich lead the way with 87 points from 40 games, Leeds 86 from 40, Leicester 85 from 39, the top 3. And we'll be following the progress of all 3 of those sides this weekend on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. For Ipswich, well, it's the East Anglian derby against Norwich City, who are looking to occupy a spot in the playoffs at 12:30. And then Leeds United, well, they make the trip to another playoff chasing side in Coventry City from 3 o'clock, whilst Leicester City host their Midlands rivals Birmingham City. Kick-off in that one at the King Power at 3 o'clock. You can follow all the goals from those 3 games, as well as every game from the EFL, including Leagues 1 and 2, across the Flash Score app, which you can download via the Apple App Store or via Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. Meanwhile, here Erling Haaland is warming up to come on. I'm sure that's the last sight that Aston Villa fans who occupy a small corner to the right of us want to see this evening. Jeremy Doku in possession, goes back into the path of Akanji, 5 yards inside the Aston Villa half, being kept honest by Rodgers, goes out towards Diaz. Now Foden, Rodri, short towards Rico Lewis, steps inside, Foden turns back to goal, 25 yards having goal, entering inside the penalty area in the middle, dances past 2, dances past 3, couldn't get the shot away, falls for Bernardo Silva, he gathers, then look to play it out towards Grealish on the left hand side in the box. Foden still down as Villa look to get the ball away, and the ball they do get away, and towards the halfway they go with Douglas Luiz. Zaniolo out on the left hand side towards the edge of the penalty area, only Diaz to beat. Zaniolo has an effort at goal, comes straight off of Diaz. It's Rodgers they were hoping it was going to fall to, but it is Doku who gathers possession for Manchester City. 59 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1. The score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Reminder that this weekend you can follow the 3 teams in the race for the title live with us. Manchester City go to Crystal Palace at 12:30. David Farini bringing you commentary of that one. Virgil Brennan will bring you Brighton against Arsenal from 5:30. And then on Sunday afternoon, Joshua Smith will have Manchester United up against Liverpool live for you from 3:30. You can listen to all 3 of those games with you here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary show, as well as Aston Villa, Brentford, Everton, Burnley, Fulham, Newcastle, Luton, Bournemouth, Wolves, West Ham, Sheffield United v Chelsea, and Tottenham Hotspur up against Nottingham Forest as we approach the hour mark here at the Etihad. Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1. Rodri opening the scoring for City before John Duran levelled 9 minutes later. Phil Foden's goal from a free kick right on the cusp of half-time. The difference between the two sides here. It's Aston Villa in possession on the halfway with Diego Carlos short in towards the path of Douglas Luiz. Now Clement Longley on the half on the left-hand side. Luiz with Foden up against him. Frederick through the middle in towards the path of Rogers, out towards the left-hand side. Digne, first time crossing left-footed in towards the penalty area, but straight in towards the thankful arms of Stefan Ortega, who releases the ball first time towards the path of Bernardo Silva, who finds himself on the halfway, shifts it out towards Jeremy Doku, who drives forward down that right-hand side. 25 yards out from goal, moves infield towards the edge of the box, give and go towards Foden. Doku inside the area, up against Clement Longley, being forced out wide and falls back in towards the path of Rodri. 25 yards out, chips the ball in towards the path of Grealish, inside the area, up against Ezri Konsa, cleared away by him. And he looked to play the ball in the box, Grealish. One back by Gavardo, gets a better of Duran. Left side, edge of the penalty area. Konsa comes out, makes himself interested. Grealish out towards Rodri now. Rodri in the middle here for Manchester City, 25 yards out, steps his way past Musa Diaby and then in towards the back of the net. And Phil Foden with his second of the evening from in and around 12 yards out, slots it home first time, side-footed in towards the bottom right-hand corner. He heads straight over to the substitutes, and the first person to give him a hug, Erling Haaland. 61.5 minutes on the clock here at the Etihad. Manchester City 3, Aston Villa 1, and Phil Foden at the double. And those 2 goals may have just sunk Aston Villa. Well, it's a goal that's been coming. Rodri skipping his way in the end past Musa Diaby, lays it off towards Foden on the edge of the penalty area, who then makes a darting run in towards the penalty spot. And then side foots it home, first time on his left foot, coming off the post and in towards the bottom right-hand corner of the net. A point of acclaim from Pep Guardiola towards him, and an embracing hug by Haaland, Stones and De Bruyne. That's not bad company to get some recognition from. 62.5 minutes score, Manchester City 3, Aston Villa 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Phil Foden with his 12th Premier League goal of the season, and Aston Villa are going to make their first change, and it's going to see Douglas Luiz replace his captain's armband move towards the shoulders of Ezri Konsa, and he's going to be replaced, and Yuri Tillemans is going to come on as well for Aston Villa, as well as Leon Bailey. It's a treble change for Aston Villa, it looks like. Foden then in the 62nd minute, making it Manchester City 3, Aston Villa 1. Villa, who have kept themselves so stout and so tight, have been undone just when they were threatening on the counter towards the second equalising goal. City had just put their foot to the throat. Rodri out towards the path of Foden on the right hand side in the middle of the Aston Villa half. We will confirm those substitutions for you in just a second. There's Bailey's, Tielemans and Chambers on. Leon Bailey scored the winner for Aston Villa in the requisite fixture, but City looking for a forfeit. Jeremy Doku plays it short towards Rico Lewis. Inside the area on the volley through the laces of his right foot, but it goes around about a yard or two wide of goal. This is Aston Villa 1, Manchester City 3 from the Etihad Stadium here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. 65 minutes on the clock in this encounter. Manchester City will go within a point of leaders Liverpool with a victory here this evening. Here's Grealish on the left-hand side for Manchester City towards the edge of the penalty area. This is Lewis towards the edge of the box. Ball to ground by Morgan Rogers. Aston Villa do in the end manage to clear their lines away. One back though by Rodri for Manchester City. I can confirm it was Bournemouth who came off for Bailey, whilst Tielemans comes on for Moussa Diaby. And Callum Chambers came on for Douglas Luiz. So those are the 3 Villa changes, just to update you there. And City with possession with Manuel Akanji 10 yards inside the Aston Villa half. Made along the line towards Jack Grealish. He's got Gvardiol and Bernardo Silva out towards his left. Gvardiol's who he's found. Modric goes out in towards the possession of Ruben Diaz now for Manchester City. Rico Lewis driving forward. And now out towards the right-hand side and towards Jeremy Doku with Luca Digne keeping close protection. Doku brings it inside, gets the better of Zaniolo. Played in towards the possession of Josko Gvardiol. He's got Grealish out towards his left. He's got Silva short. He's got Rodri short. Rodri's the option. Chips it up, looking to play in Bernardo Silva, but one back by Aston Villa. Goes out towards the path of Bailey, right-hand side. Now in towards the possession of Chambers. Shifted out towards the left and towards Luca Digne. Now towards Clement Longley. Ezri Konsa for Aston Villa. One back though by Grealish in the middle of the half. Driving through the centre. Bearing in towards the box. Goes out towards Silva. Inside the penalty. Pull back towards Rodri. Takes a touch. Then has a shot with his second on his left. Cleared away by Aston Villa. Blocked initially and now ball away by Morgan Rogers. Towards the halfway. Towards the path of Bale on the right hand side. Look to evade the challenge of 2, but it's one back by Foden on the half. Manuel Akanji in possession here for Manchester City. 67.5 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 3, Aston Villa 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Josko Gvardiol goes back towards the halfway and in towards the possession of Ruben Diaz. Gvardiol again. Foden going to play its way forward towards Bernardo Silva, but it's going to head back in towards the path of Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal, who had the late call-up with Emi Martinez injured himself in the warm-up. He's had a hard day's work. Final third passes, 204 Manchester City, 26 Aston Villa. Which kind of summarises the tough night that Olsen has had. Diaz back in towards the path of Akanji in the centre, 10 yards inside the Aston Villa half. Forward again towards Alvarez. City just happy to pitter-patter around the ball now. This is Jack Grealish, short towards the path of Gvardiol, who has 2 claret shirts in front of him, and it just begins to get to the phase now where you just get the sense that maybe there's a resignation towards this game from a Villa perspective, as Foden's brought down beneath the arm of Clement Longley towards the edge of the box. It's one back by Foden, who's on a hat-trick and scores a hat-trick emphatically by thundering the ball home into the roof of the net for just inside the D. It's a hat-trick for Phil Foden, and that should round off the 3 points for Manchester City with 20 minutes to go. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1. It's a hat-trick for Phil Foden. The celebration to the crowd, the point to the crowd, and the point should be wrapped up now. Rodri slipping through Foden, who originally went down to ground. City couldn't clear their lines, and it was Foden who won the ball back. Had an Everton goal. He actually slipped as he unleashed it through the laces of his left foot. But boy, did the ball fly in towards the top right-hand corner. Past a helpless Robin Olsen in the Aston Villa goal. (4-1) Manchester City. And Aston Villa make another change. And it's going to be Alex Moreno that's going to come on for the final 20 minutes. It looks like it's going to be damage limitation now as far as Aston Villa are concerned. They still give a good go and good account of themselves moving forward, but the ball's going to fall straight in towards the path of Stefan Ortega between the sticks for Manchester City. And it's John Duran, the goal scorer for Villa, who has been sacrificed for Moreno as City go searching for a fifth. Grealish, and the goal difference could be so important in such a tight title tussle. Back towards Foden, who's already got 3 on the night. In towards the path of Rodri, who wriggles past Moreno, who's just come on the field. Foden around about 40 yards out from goal, chips it out towards Grealish, brings it down first time on his right foot, left side towards the edge of the penalty area, brings it back towards Gvardiol. Foden towards Gvardiol once more, onto the halfway line where Ruben Diaz has possession on the left-hand flank for Manchester City. Plays it short towards Gvardiol. Everybody back now for Aston Villa, but they still couldn't quite get past Foden. But then Tielemans manages to track back, block off the supply line, back towards Olsen it goes in the Aston Villa goal. Reminder of the table at the top. Liverpool 68. Arsenal winning tonight on 67. Manchester City looks set to join them on 67 points. Remember, Liverpool play Sheffield United tomorrow at Anfield. That game live here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service from 7:30. Meanwhile, Bailey for Villa. Right side, edge of the penalty, plays it in towards the box, towards the path of Rodgers, being shown out wide towards the dead ball line. Manchester City do manage to clear their lines. Brought down though again by Villa on the right hand flank, towards the path of Bailey once more. Silva slips and allows the ball to be played through. Tielemans towards Chambers. Villa though being penned back towards the halfway. Goes out towards Luca Digne, short to Callum Chambers. 72.5 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1 the score here. Rodgers slips the ball through, looking to find Zaniolo, who's probably been as lively as anybody on the pitch this evening for Aston Villa, who felt as if they should have gone in towards the break level, but Phil Foden's free kick in first half stoppage time set the wheels in motion, and from there, well, it has been the Phil show. City think the points are safe. Rodri in possession, right hand side, 5 yards inside the Aston Villa half. In terms of goal difference, 68 to Arsenal at the moment, plus 48. Liverpool 67 plus 40. City 67 plus 38. So they have room to manoeuvre and they need to make up on that front. Grealish towards Bernardo Silva, mopped up by Leon Bailey for Aston Villa on the right hand side. Forward it goes. Ruben Diaz in possession, goes back towards the path of Akanji. Zaniolo down on the ground for Aston Villa, but play goes on. Foden out to Grealish on the left hand side, inside the penalty area, up against Tielemans, flashes it across goal. Alvarez was lurking at the back stick, but he just couldn't push his body in and around it on time. And now the play it goes, and Zaniolo's still on the ground for Aston Villa. 74 minutes gone, Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1 the score here at the Etihad in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, as City make their first changes of the evening. It's going to see Matheus Nunes and Mateo Kovacic come on. Rodri, first player to be replaced. It was he who started the evening scoring for Manchester City, and it's going to be the two-player midfield pivot that will be replaced. Bernardo Silva, the other player to come off. Mateo Kovacic and Matheus Nunes both coming on. For the final quarter of an hour of play here at the Etihad. Where Manchester City lead Aston Villa by 4-1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. They will go within a point of now league leaders Arsenal, although Liverpool will change that fact tomorrow night if they can get the better of Sheffield United, which you can listen to here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Adam Marsden will be bringing you commentary of that one, as it looks like Zaniolo's game's going to come to an end. He's gone down to the ground for a second time. He's put in a real sprint and a real shift for Unai Emery's men this evening, but it looks like it's going to be the end of his night. Villa have used 4 of their 5 subs. They've still got 1 remaining, and they're going to have to use it here on Nicolo Zaniolo, who's had his critics at times, particularly for his disciplinarian issues, 4 bookings in his last 7 appearances for club and country combined. But replays being shown on the screens of Phil Foden's hat-trick for Manchester City. The first, a free kick right on the cusp of half-time. The second, 62 minutes in. And then the third, well, it was a sumptuous strike on his left foot just inside the penalty area. The second, a lovely little pass from Rodri towards his path on the edge of the penalty area. Tucked it home first time. Meanwhile, Aston Villa will make their final change. Zaniolo's going to depart us. And coming on in his place is Omari Kellyman, making his first Premier League appearance, the 18-year-old born on the 25th of September 2005, if that doesn't make you feel old enough. Product of the Aston Villa Academy, and Jack Grealish made his debut for Aston Villa against Manchester City. Who knows what could come of that? Constance inside the penalty area, shoved to the ground. No penalty in the eyes of the referee, Darren England, as City manoeuvre their way forward. Nunes to the back heel, but straight into the path of Yuri Tielemans, but City with a player down, and could be a free kick as a consequence of that. Just having a look at the penalty in, see Concert brought to ground by Matheus Nunes. A little bit of a shove from the Manchester City man. They are the types of penalties which you have seen given in the past, but not on this particular occasion. But as far as Aston Villa are concerned, when it's not your night, it's not your night. Remember, thrilling end to the Championship season, which we'll be bringing to you live on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, just like on Monday, where Ipswich Town got the better of Southampton by 3-2. As Rico Lewis has the ball for City towards Foden, who's looking for a fourth. Inside the area, he's got 4 up against him. They're quadruple marking him. They're quadrupling up on him. Out towards Jeremy Doku now for Manchester City. 78.5 minutes on the clock. Akanji out towards Doku with Dino up against him. Also keeping close chases, Alex Moreno for Aston Villa. Goes back towards Foden once more. This is Ruben Diaz now for Manchester City. Akanji on the right-hand side. City now pretty much just toying with Aston Villa. But real intriguing game, as you said. We brought to you on the Flash Score service on Monday. Ipswich Town 3, Southampton 2. This is Matheus Nunes. He's going to have an ever from distance on his right foot from around about 25 yards out in the centre, but it flies over the bar. gives us a chance to talk about that coverage. After Manchester City make 2 more substitutions, and it's going to be a standing ovation for Phil Foden, who got a hat-trick on the night. His night's work's done. Jeremy Doku has been a real focal point on the right-hand side, and he's also going to depart for Manchester City. Foden claps his hands all around the ground. Jeremy Doku has also departed the scene, and Foden touches hands with Oscar Bob, who will come on for the final 10 minutes or so that remain here at the Etihad. Also coming on, he's going to be Sergio Gomez for Manchester City. And we do enter the final 10 minutes, City leading by 4-1. Then it's that hat-trick man, Phil Foden, who made all the difference for Manchester City. They're in a spot of bother going into half-time. His free kick right on the cusp of it, beginning the train in motion. And in the second half, really, it's been a Manchester City procession, if the truth be told. Back it goes towards the path for Stefan Ortega with a Manchester City goal. Final 9 minutes or so to be had here. Line of our EFL coverage. We will now talk about said game as Rico Lewis goes down to the ground. If Davis gave Ipswich the lead against Southampton before Shea Adams equalised a minute later. Adam Armstrong put Southampton in front in the 23rd minute before Boardhead with an equaliser midway through the second half in the 68th minute, and then Sarmiento with a late winner for Ipswich Town, and then 7th minute of injury time basically came off him and then in towards the back of the net. And so Ipswich will top the pile from Leeds United and Leicester City, and you can follow the Championship action to its crescendo here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Title rated in both the top tier and the second tier in England. You can follow here on Flash Score. Akanji on the right hand side goes out in towards the path of Sergio Gomez, back in towards the path of Oscar Bob, who plays it short towards Rico Lewis for Aston Villa. 8 minutes to go. City leading by 4-1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Reminder, the games involving each of the top 3 at the weekend are live with us. More on that in just a second as Lewis has possession. Right hand side being chased down by Chambers. One back by Gomez inside the area. Oscar Bob looking to weave his way past Digne, but he manages to block off the supply line. The ball will run out of play for a Aston Villa goal kick. 82.5 gone. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1. Remember, we will have the top 3 at the weekend in action for you. Manchester City away at Crystal Palace from 12:30. Arsenal away at Brighton at 5:30. And Manchester United against Liverpool from 3:30 this weekend in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Then next midweek, we have European action for you. Tuesday, the first leg of Arsenal against Bayern Munich, and then Real Madrid against Manchester City. And then Wednesday, Atletico Madrid against Borussia Dortmund and PSG against Bayern Munich. We'll then have all 4 Europa League quarter-final first legs for you on Thursday, as well as the first leg of Aston Villa's tie against Lille at Villa Park in the Conference League. Full of all of that here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. And the best way to do so is by downloading the Flash Score app, which is available via the Apple App Store or via Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. Well, a lot of the Villa fans are making the trip back, looking to see, with the kickoff being 8:15 in the UK, whether they can actually get one of the last trains back from Manchester Piccadilly down to Birmingham New Street. It's Grealish, former Villa fans' favourite, who wins a free kick, was being chopped up by both Leon Bailey and Amari Kellyman. And Manchester City find themselves with a free kick in the centre, around about 35 yards out from goal. It's going to be Mateo Kovacic to take for City, who are looking to become the first side in Premier League history to win 4 consecutive titles. An unprecedented achievement, but this is an unprecedented team. Mateus Nunes in towards the path of Ruben Diaz in the centre on the halfway. Shifted out towards Akanji on the right-hand side. Rico Lewis in possession now for Manchester City. Kovacic on the halfway. Being chased down by Kellyman. Out towards Akanji again. Short towards Rico Lewis. Trying to play in Bob, but it's one back by Tielemans for Aston Villa. Being pulled down by Manuel Akanji. Free kick to Aston Villa. 10 yards on the edge of the Manchester City half in the centre. Perhaps not a surprise that the designated player of the match award has gone by way of Phil Foden. Don't think there needed to be too much thought put into that particular process. 5 minutes ago then, here at the Etihad Stadium, Manchester City lead Aston Villa by 4-1. It was Rodri that got the scoring started 11 minutes in, tapping home from close range from inside the penalty area. Then John Duran following a excellent move from Aston Villa on the counter-attack, levelled up 20 minutes in. It looked like it was going to be level going into the break, but then Phil Foden with a free kick from the edge of the penalty area made it 2-1. And he'd then really do the damage in the second half. Getting the second just past the hour mark after a little give and go from Rodri, after Villa was showing signs of maybe getting a second equaliser. For then the third, a thunderous strike in towards the roof of the net, 20 minutes on time. And that is where we and how we occupy ourselves here at the Etihad. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1. The score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's Ezri Konsa to take a throw in for Aston Villa on the right-hand side. Midway inside the Manchester City half, goes back towards Diego Carlos on the halfway. Along the line towards Clement Longley, who's being chased down by Oscar Bob and has been forced to retreat the ball all the way back towards his goalkeeper Robin Olsen. Played short but given away, and one back by Oscar Bob in towards the penalty area, but the first touch on the right foot of Julian Alvarez was just too heavy in the end. Villa do manage to clear their lines. Moreno forwards in towards the path of Rodgers, who has the ball on the left-hand side. Ruben Diaz up against him, chips the ball out from left to right in towards the path of Bailey inside the box. Mateus Nunes up against him. Bailey steps inside in towards the path of Kellyman, who has an effort on goal on his left foot, blocked by Akanji. It's going to fall for Digne, and now Tielemans for Aston Villa, chasing backwards Alvarez. Out towards Ezri Konsa on the right-hand side, 25 yards out from goal. Chips the ball in towards the box, towards the near post. But it's going to be a comfortable collection for Stefan Ortega in the Manchester City goal. 3 minutes of normal time to go. City leading Villa by 4-1. And it will continue their unbeaten run to 24 across all competitions since Aston Villa beat them in the reverse league fixture here at the beginning of December. Villa do win the ball back on the halfway in towards the possession of Chambers. On the half he has possession again. Out in towards the path of Diego Carlos here. Just over 2 minutes to go. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1. Now towards the right-hand side and back towards the path of Ezri Konsa. Diego Carlos along the line towards Clement Longley. Goes out towards Luca Digne on the left-hand side. On the halfway for Aston Villa. Goes back again towards the path of Yuri Tielemans. Chambers goes out towards Diego Carlos. Ezri Konsa now. Carlos again. Just out towards the left-hand side. Villa losing out and one back by Julian Alvarez for Manchester City. Forward towards Grealish, edge of the area on the right-hand side. Has an effort on his right foot. Comes off Callum Chambers. One back by Bob towards Gomez, but it's a loose lack pass and Villa managed to pick up and pounce. One back by Bailey, who steps past the challenge of Gavadio, then slips as he strays beyond the halfway, and Gavadio recovers to win the ball back for Manchester City. Nunes towards Akanji on the halfway, chips the ball out, right-footed, out towards the left-hand side towards Grealish. Edge of the penalty area for Manchester City. He's got Alvarez in the box. He's got Bob in the box. It's going to fall eventually for Alvarez. Olsen comes out. Alvarez from the acute angle looks to try and have an effort on goal on his left foot, but then Olsen then gathers the ball Gets it with one hand and then manages to catch second time. It's under a minute of normal time to go. Manchester City lead Aston Villa by 4 goals to 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Well, it's been a season of vast improvement for Aston Villa, even if tonight may not feel that way. They've won as many games this season as they did last season with 18, and also 12 points up from their 30-game total last season as they enter the penalty area again. Watched out by Rico Lewis, and Aston Villa are going to have a corner here on the left-hand side as we enter stoppage time at the end of the second half. We enter time beyond the 90 here at the Etihad. Manchester City 4, Aston Villa 1, the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. We've entered the first of 4 additional minutes here at the end of the second half at the Etihad. It's going to be Aston Villa with a corner out on the left-hand side. It's going to be swung in right-footed by Yuri Tielemans. Again, everybody hogging that near post for Aston Villa. Ball swung in though towards the back stick, in towards the path of Alex Moreno, who was left unmarked, but he just couldn't quite get his footing together. Tried to have a go at the volley on his right foot. Just couldn't get a clean connection, hardly got a connection at all. If he found it cleanly, I think it would have found the roof of the net, and I think we would have had a consolation for Aston Villa, but perhaps that just sums up their evening here at the Etihad. There's been huff, there's been puff, but there's, when it's come to the crunch, nothing tangible. Unai Emery just looks around, looks in real surround. Reminder that we will be bringing you a full card of Premier League action this weekend on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. We begin on Saturday afternoon, where we will watch Manchester City in action against Crystal Palace from 12:30. Our 3 o'clock offerings: Aston Villa, Brentford, Everton, Burnley, Fulham, Newcastle, Luton, Bournemouth, Wolseley, West Ham, Brighton v Arsenal, the late kick-off, and then Sunday, Man United, Liverpool, Sheffield United, Chelsea, and Tottenham, Nottingham Forest are our 3 live games for you from the Premier League. Well, Villa give the ball away sloppily to Grealish. Inside the penalty area he goes. Grealish steps inside, backheels it towards Alvarez, but blocked off well by Ezri Konsa for Aston Villa. Cleared away, but one back by Gavardio, 25 yards out. Steps past Bailey. Inside the box, Gavardio is on the left-hand side. Plays it across the frame of goal towards the path of Sergio Gomez, who on his left foot had the simple task of putting the ball home, but could only hit the post. I think also expected the net to ripple. And from close range, around about 12 yards out, Sergio Gomez can only hit the post. 90 seconds for Villa to endure. The Etihad emptying quite quickly. The away end, in truth, had been empty for the last 10 minutes or so. The home quarters now satisfied with what they've seen, and so we just play out to a finish here at the Etihad for the final minute or so that remains. Grealish inside his own half on the left-hand side, has 2 up against him, 1 back by Villa. It's going to be a throw-in taken quickly by Moreno, looking to find Bailey on the right-hand side. As far as Aston Villa are concerned, well, they still find themselves 2 points above Tottenham, but Tottenham do have a game in hand, and so that race for top 4 will take another tryst. 5th place may well be good enough for a place in the Champions League next season under the revamped format, as Callum Chambers is going to pick up a booking after bringing down Jack Grealish on the halfway, barging him with his left shoulder. So a yellow card for the Aston Villa substitute there. Final 30 seconds of stoppage time. Manchester City free kick on the left-hand side, 5 yards from the edge of the Villa half. Josip Gavardio plays it short towards Kovacic. And has possession again after a quick give and go with Ruben Diaz, who now finds himself on the ball again, out towards the right-hand side, in towards Akanji. Forward beyond the right-hand side. Sergio Gomez with the ball, but it is City with the points as they continue to crank the pressure on Arsenal and Liverpool at the top of the league table. It was a fantastic Foden hat-trick which has sealed the points for the champions. Aston Villa, well, they thought they were going to go into the break level. Rodri had opened the score in 11 minutes in with a finish inside the penalty area. John Duran finishing off an excellent Aston Villa counter-attack to level 20 minutes in, and then the Phil Foden show began. City with a free kick right at the end of